Authority, Credit Information Corporation, Philippine Competition Commission, and Climate Change Commission is hereby called to order. Thank you very much. I'd like to acknowledge the manifested presence of certain senators, but I believe they will follow shortly. In the meantime, the Secretary of the Committee, Beth Agas, will acknowledge the presence of our resource persons. Please
Good afternoon, Senator.
name our resource persons.
For the Cooperative Development Authority's briefing on the proposed 2024 budget, we have their chairman, Joseph B. Encabo, their assistant secretary, Mirla B. Paradillo, the deputy administrator, Attorney Mona Lisa Juarez, the director for Region 10, we have Aminoden Elias, and the Division Chief, CPDAD, Miss Melissa A. Santos, their Acting Director, CSFS, Joselito O. Holyasgo, and the Division Chief, PPDD, Mr. Angelo Bugarin, and their accountant, Abdullah Sidik. For the COA, we have Amado and Ablao. And for the Chief BMS, sa DBM, Miss Loremi Pereda. That's all, Senator.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, if Chairman Encabo would like to highlight some salient points of his budget very briefly, because we have so many agencies to handle. So, yes, Chairman Encabo, please keep it short. The longer you take, the more deductions your budget will have. No, I'm just joking. I'm hungry and sleepy, and I'm sure you are too. So let's get with it.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, Senator Aimee. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. Madam Chair, with you, if you permit us, I'd like to have a presentation, and can we proceed directly to the budget framework as requested by the chair of this committee? Yes, please. Okay. Madam Chair, the Cooperative Development Authority has an increase of 85.05% of budget for fiscal year 2024 compared to 2023. For the 2023 GAA, we have 704,877,000. But now, Madam Senator, Madam Chair, for the as being proposed or reflected rather in the NEP 2024, the CDA has a budget of 1.3 billion with an increase of 85.05%. And with this, Madam Chair, to further elaborate, the 1.3 billion, 651 million of that goes to the development program, 154 million goes to the regulation program, the 110 million goes to the support to operation, and the 387 million for the general administration and support. So, the 2023, Madam Chair, the utilization of the Cooperative Development Authority has reached 98.59%. And, Madam Chair, with that, because of the budget provided to us by the DBM as reflected in the NEP, we are also requesting to the good leadership and this committee for an additional budget of 94 million, which will cover one of the major functions of the Cooperative Development Authority, that is the quasi-judicial program, of which no MOE has been reflected on it. That's why we're requesting for...
But you actually have 18 million, 18.580 million for quasi-judicial and adjudicatory functions. As much as you want, but it's not zero either.
It's the fundamental services.
The legal services acquired 6.9, which we received from DBM just recently, Madam Chair.
No, I'm not talking about your past budget indicated in the GAA proposed NEP 2024 is a sum of 18.58 million for quasi-judicial and adjudicatory functions. So actually, your concern is addressed at least partially.
Yeah, Madam Chair, can we have the yung,
Yeah, please proceed.
yes, the purpose of requesting an additional budget, Madam Chair,
Okay.
is for the quasi-judicial, 10 million, 15 million for our refleeting program. Madam Chair, we have 60 refleeting program for vehicles. We have 16 regional offices, Madam Chair, yet we only have around 9 vehicles operating. And we have a new unit, which is the Internal Audit Division. We're requesting for additional 5 for the enhanced registration regulation for the CSF based on the Republic Act 10744, 7 million, and the Learning and Development Program for the cooperative sector and for the employees, which is 7.
Teka. Right now, you're already one of the few agencies that sees a very large increase at 85%. Ano? Ang laki-laki ng increase ninyo eh. General appropriations nasa 89.67%. Pero, humingi pa kayo. Tama ba yung pagkaintindi ko?
Yes, ma'am. To further elaborate, Madam Chair, we are requesting for this additional budget to cover also our major programs like the Learning and Development Program for the co-op sector. As mentioned a while ago po, we only have 9 vehicles running operation efficiently in the region, so we need to increase our output by being supported with this transportation support. No? And the Internal Audit Division, ma'am, has been duly created and functioning, but we don't have MOE for such unit. So those are the areas, ma'am, that we need to cover for 2024. The increase of the budget of the Cooperative Development Authority, Madam Chair, is mainly on the capital outlay, no, and the ICT. Yeah.
Okay. Any further highlights? Is there any other salient points? How did you actually generate so much increase?
Ma'am, Madam Chair.
Before you ask for more.
Yes, Madam Chair, it goes to the capital outlay, the regional offices. We have 7 regional offices that will be covered by it, and the locally funded projects that focus on the agri sector and the micro and small consumers, marketing producers, logistics cooperatives, Madam Chair.
No, on a per program basis, the biggest increase, almost 300%, goes to support to operations. What does this mean? Anong klaseng support to operations yan?
The support to operation, ma'am, is the
283%. ang increase?
The ICT,
Ipaliwanag na lang po.
yes ma'am, the increase of that ma'am is, goes to the ICT requirements po. The MOE.
Sorry. I
MOE
don't
nga.
understand.
MOE.
ICT covers everything po. What?
Yeah.
Wala, it's labo-labo eh. Samut-sari included. Capability enhancement, MSMEs, micro small consumers.
ICT nila is only 19 million.
Nagugulan ako yung procurement for ICT equipment under MITI is only 19 million. Bakit naging ICT itong sinasabi na support to operation?
Yeah.
19 million lang yan eh.
Madam Chair, I'd like to request our
Bakit yung
finance.
19 million naging 110 million? This is an entirely different item. The item for ICT is only 19 million.
Madam Chair, if may I, the increase in the support to operation of 283%. In the 2023 GA, it's 28.7 million. In 2024, it's 110 million. It's basically because of the office productivity requirement that was approved by DBM in our Tier 2 proposal, ICT requirements. MOO is 99.17.
I'm sorry, what's
The nine-
office productivity? What does that
Yes.
mean?
Office productivities, Madam Chair, that includes the ICT
Anong bibilin
requirements.
dyan?
ICT requirements po, Madam Chair,
Bakit nagdo-double entry? Bakit may 19 million para sa IT tapos meron na namang IT sa support?
Sir,
to
19 million, Madam Chair, the 19 million is for the capital outlay. And
No.
the
Nasa IT.
59 million is for the MOE. So it's a total of 78 million. That was the proposal from our MITI program as approved by the ICT.
Bakit may MOE? Ang sinasabi mo, itong support to operation is MOE.
No, the support to operation is composed of MOE and capital outlay. The MOE is 59.17 million. The Tier 2 approved by DBM with our MITI requirement or ICT requirement, and the 19.25 is for the capital outlay. So ang total po nun, Madam Chair, is 78.42 million.
Isang galing tong 110. 110 yung support to operations niya.
Yeah, that's the Tier 1, the Tier 1 po. The Tier 1, yung support to operation po, Madam Chair, we have a Tier 1 of 28 million. So that's for the regular operation of the ICT requirement of the whole CDA.
You're talking about 2023. Under discussion is fiscal year 2024.
Yes, Madam Chair, the 28 is in 2023. There is an increase, naging 110 po siya because from the 23 na Tier 1, meron pong na-approve na 78.42 in the Tier 2, which is composed of MOE 59.17 and the capital outlay of 19.25. So umabot po siya ng 110, Madam Chair.
Ang daming entry dito na puro ICT. May subscription expenses as part of ICT yan? Yan ba? Under
Yes,
MITI?
yes po. Approved by the ICT and also approved in the Tier 2 proposal.
Hindi, iba
by
pa
DBM.
to eh. Ito yung MOOE. Hindi siya yung capital expense. MOE to eh.
Yes, ma'am. The MOE is 28. The Tier 1 is 28, but the Tier 2...
28 was this year. We're
yes,
talking
ma'am.
about next year. Can we just move forward to next year?
Yes, ma'am. Next year po is 78 million po yung support to operation increase in our support to operation. So 78 million po yung increase ng next
It's
year.
increase, but the total is 110. As
Yes.
far as I'm concerned, the amount is 110.
110 po, ma'am.
Explain to me and justify the 110.
The 100
Anong sakop nun? Ang pinaliwanag mo, capital expenditure. Ito, MOE. Magkaiba yung dalawa, wag mo palo. naantok na kasi ako at hirap na ako magkakaintindi.
Okay, ma'am. Okay po. In the 2024, we will be having 110 million support to operation. Yes, ma'am. Okay. And the composition is, of course, our ICT requirements that include subscriptions, internet subscriptions, mga Zoom, subscriptions. Then, of course, the software maintenance of our existing information systems and the like. So that becomes 110 million in FY 2024.
Yeah, hindi mo sinabi yung financial assistance for 2 locally funded projects.
The financial assistance for two
Sakop
local
pero
fund. Hindi, ma'am. Separate po siya, ma'am.
Okay. Kasi halo-halo sa MOOE ninyo. Medyo magulo kasi siya eh. Okay. Fine. Anything else that you'd like to highlight?
That's all, Madam Chair, especially on the putting more emphasis on our additional request po.
Yeah, you'll have to justify that with the DBM. You're already getting a very, very large increase, unlike almost any other agency. You have a 80 to 90% increase overall. So, laki nun. Anyway, let's deal with the issues first. Can you address your position on the implementation of the Coconut Farmers and Industry Trust Fund Act? What's the role of the CDA? And are you actually allowed to implement projects for co-ops under the CDA charter and under the Coco Trust Fund Act?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Cooperative Development Authority is one of the national government agencies tasked with implementing the Coconut Farmers Organization.
Yes, we're aware. Let's
Yes.
just cut to the quick. The Senate actually passed it. We're
Yes, ma'am.
aware of the provisions involved. In 2023, you said that there will be 2 cocoa processing plants, one in Zamboanga, and where is the other one?
Ma'am, we have 2 in Zamboanga, namely in Siocon and Dapitan City po.
Oh, parehong Zamboanga. So only in Zamboanga.
Yes, ma'am,
So-
for the year 2023, ma'am. Yes, we are allowed by to come up with programs and projects that is reflected in our CDA Charter po 11364 that the CDA is also mandated to adopt and implement integrated comprehensive plans and programs and also establish grants and donations exclusively intended for cooperatives coursed through the authority. And
Yes, I mean, you're just reciting what's
Yeah.
actually in the law. Can you explain both the processing plants? Because there's a very large discrepancy as far as the PCA is concerned. There are 8,819 active and 1,942 inactive cocoa farmers organizations. Pero yung sa inyo, na i-organize lamang, 1,917. So we recognize Senator Robin Padilla. Pero in the meantime, pakipaliwanag, anong mangyayari dun sa mga hindi sinama ng mga cocoa farmers? Ang laki kasi ng agwat eh. Nasa 8,800 plus 1,942. Yung sa listahan lang ninyo, nasa 1,917. Ba't ang laki ng agwat?
Ma'am, for this year, the CDA is given 250 million for the CFIDP program. The 200 million is intended for 2 processing plants that will be established and or provided to the
Ayan na yung, yan na
Siocon.
yung dalawang sambo.
Yes, ma'am.
O tapos yung 50,
The other component is will go to the different trainings and handholding programs, seminars for the coconut farmers cooperatives, while the 25 million po will serve as their seed capital for their management, operations, and administrative for the processing plant.
yeah, ang problema ko kasi, Napakabagal ng plano ninyo. You're going to roll out in 5 years and you're only rolling out less than 2,000 cocoa farmers organizations. When in fact, there's closer to 9 to 12,000 cocoa farmers associations. Ba't ang bagal?
Ma'am, based on our accomplishments, as of August 2023, we were able to touch base with 3,548 coconut farmers. And
No, I'm not talking about the farmers. Can we just deal with the organizations? Kasi co-op naman kayo eh. Hindi naman kayo individual farmers dapat.
yes, as of 2022 last year, ma'am, we were able to come up with 831 coconut farmers organized into cooperatives.
Kaya nga, pero ang sinasabi ko, the whole universe of coconut farmers is almost 12,000 organizations. Yung nasa lista ninyo, 5 years ang bagal, wala pang 2,000. Eh, paano yung 10,000, di sila kasali?
We continue to
Pero ba't ang bagal? At wala sa listahan ninyo at all eh.
the Cooperative Development Authority, ma'am, continues to collaborate with PCA and identify
Yes, but
those.
PCA already said that they're in conflict with your data. Kaya nga, I want to clarify. Ang PCA ang nagsabi na halos 10,000 o 11,000 o 12,000 ang kanilang cocoa farmers. Eh, ang layo sa inyo, 1,900 lang kayo. Eh, kawawa naman yung iba, mas marami pang hindi kasama kaysa kasama.
Yes, ma'am. Ang ginagawa po namin, ma'am, we have our data based on the registered coconut farmers cooperatives at yung data naman po na binibigay ng PCA sa amin po, yun ang buong tinatouch base namin to organize them into cooperatives.
Ang sinasabi ninyo, yung nakalista sa PCA, hindi co-op.
Yes, ma'am. Kasi under PCA po, pwede po sila maging asosasyon or
Basta farmers
po or
organization.
individuals. Opo.
Oh.
So pag pumupunta na po kami doon sa field o sa mga regions,
Saka lang ma-organize bilang
yes po,
co-op.
doon po sila ma-organize as co-op.
Eh, wala bang existing na co-op na?
We have an existing cooperatives, ma'am.
Then maybe a better presentation would be to say, ilan ba talaga yung farmers? Tapos, ilan ang sasakupin nitong 1,917 ninyo? Para alam natin yung porsyento. Kasi parang ang bagal-bagal naman, 5 taon. Wala pa sa 20%.
For last year, ma'am, one of the top performing agencies in the CFID was CDA. But nonetheless, we were able to achieve 53% on our targets compared to other agencies. So for year one po, Madam Chair, the Coconut Farmers Cooperative served was 893. For year 2 po, this year, our target po, ma'am, is 1,000.
Teka. If your performance has been so exemplary, di ba 2022, nag-revert kayo ng 118.560 million to the Treasury under the Cocoa Farmer and Industry Trust Fund because the use of the fund. Ano ba nangyari dyan?
Madam
Ba't kayo nagsoli? Ibig sabihin, hindi ninyo nagastos, hindi ninyo nagampanan yung papel ninyo. Hindi ko maintindihan eh, ba't nag-revert?
Madam Chair, na-download po yung pera sa amin po. Middle of November na po, Madam Chair.
Oh, tapos
So we only have 1.5 month to implement this huge task provided to us by the CFIDP program. So we immediately consulted PCA and fast-track everything the best that we can para po mapagsilbihan ng ating mga coconut farmers
So
cooperatives.
nagsoli kayo ng pera sa Treasury.
Opo.
What's the usual rule with regard to trust funds? Hindi ba nananatili yan sa ahensya until they're exhausted or the goal for their creation is met? Hindi dapat nagre-revert yan kapag trust fund.
Yeah,
Trust fund kasi yan eh.
Yes,
Diba?
ma'am. But, Madam Chair, there is a joint memorandum circular issued by DBM and Bureau of Treasury.
Yeah, is somebody here from DBM? Yes, Ms. Pereda. can we figure out why exactly these trust funds were reverted to the Treasury? As a general rule, hindi dapat nare-revert yan. Yun ang pagkaintindi ko. So what's the legal basis for your joint circular mandating that unutilized portion of the fund as well as undisbursed portions of the fund shall revert? Bakit i-revert samantalang trust fund yan?
For the it's a trust fund. It's classified as trust receipts. It's in the general provision of the General Appropriations Act na ang ating trust receipts po has only a validity of 1 year. So after 1 year po, yung notice of cash allocation that we have released to all the CFIDP po na agencies, ang validity po nun will only be 1 year for the cash
1 year
requirements,
from
ma'am.
the date of what?
Release, ma'am.
The date of release was late or mid-November. When did you issue this? When did you issue this joint circular? Anong date nito? (2022) gastusin, di re-revert talaga. Ano ba talaga nangyari riyan? It's Joint Circular 1,
CDA can request again
2022?
another NCA.
Yeah. The other question is, regardless of the joint circular, did the CDA request for another NCA? Para maibalik ang pera sa inyo. Ba't hindi kayo nag-request ng pera? Given Senator Robin Padilla. Ang hirap talaga, naghahanap ng pera. May hingi pa ng dagdag, di naman mahanap yung dati, nagsusoli pa.
Yeah.
Yes, did you ask for an NCA?
Madam Chair, for the 2022, it was automatically reverted to the National Treasury, the 118
We've
million.
already gone over
For
that.
the 2024, yes, because the project is up to 5 years, so we also asked for the 2023, 250 million na NCA po.
Parang ang gulo. Teka, year by year. Simulan natin. Kailan ba? 2021? Ano nangyari? Pwede ba ikwento ninyo ng maayos? Sige, kailan yung release ng 2021, if any?
Wala po sa 2021.
Yung pala ba't may banggit kanina? Sabi ng
If
DBM, yung circular 2021.
Sorry, ma'am. If
Wala
I-
naman rinilis ni isang kusing ng 2021.
If I may,
Nagsimula
ma'am.
ng May 2022.
The joint memorandum circular between the COA, DBM, and the BTR was issued in January 28, 2022 po.
O kaya nga, hindi 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
Nahilo
I stand
naman ako sa'yo.
corrected, ma'am.
Okay, January 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Ang problema, 1 year ang validity ng trust receipt, pero ang release was November, mid-November.
The notice of cash allocation to the CDA was released in October 2022, ma'am.
Pareho pa rin yun.
It was a notice, Madam
It's
Chair.
only an NCA in October. NCA pa lang yun.
One of the requirements, ma'am, for the release of the coconut farmers development plan from the trust receipts is the memorandum of agreement between the Philippine Coconut Authority and the implementing agency, as well as the Bureau of the Treasury trust receipts, Bureau of the Treasury
ang point
certification.
kasi,
ma'am.
kayo may kasalanan, hindi kayo nagbigay ng pera. NCA, late na nga. Why do you have to revert the funds to the Treasury? I don't get it. Because you have a joint circular. So regardless of the fact that you released it very late in the fourth quarter, it doesn't matter. Basta magre-revert siya ng December.
Ma'am, if I may, ma'am, the CDA requested the original request was received by DBM in May 2022. We returned it with a reply document, officially returned it, asking for several supporting documents as
Okay.
stated in the JMC, especially, ma'am, the memorandum of agreement. And the CDA submitted it to us in October. That's why and that's when
So
the,
from May to October, CDA did not act upon the NCA requested.
we returned it, provided that they will have a memorandum of agreement with PCA.
And the memo of agreement with PCA was submitted when?
In October, ma'am.
Yes, is that correct, Chairman Encabo? Kayo rin pala may kasalanan, di pala kayo nag-comply ng mga requirements eh.
Month
Anyway,
of,
you know, as a general rule in government, pahirapan humingi ng pera. Kayo binigyan na ng pera, na-revert pa.
last August, ma'am, we entered the MOA with PCA, but
Pero hindi ninyo sinubmit until October sa DBM. Is that correct? Can I have the communications? If you're assailing the assertion of DBM that they were only in receipt in October, pakita na lang ng dokumento kung talaga kayo nagpadala.
yeah, I concur with the requirements, Madam Chair, na isa po sa mga dapat isumitin namin ang MOA with PCA.
O na-late kayo sa pagbigay?
With due respect to the PCA po, medyo sila po ang...
No, naintindihan ko kasi hindi kompleto yung PCA di
Opo,
ba?
oo.
Kaya yung parating issue, walang pipirma.
Opo.
Di ba? Yun yung drama doon, na hindi ma-release yung pera. Kasi paulit-ulit na yung tugtugin na yan na walang mga na-appoint, walang pipirma, hindi mabuo yung memo. Tama ba yun?
Yes.
So it's not negligence on your part.
Yes, Madam Chair, we submitted early po the draft of the MOA, pero ilang beses po nag-antay kami for review daw nila ng legal and of course yung head.
Kailan na kompleto? Nakompleto na ba noong October o hindi pa kompleto at pending the complete assent of
Yeah,
the...
nung nakompleto namin po bandang first week ng October, we immediately submit it to, or September, late September, last week of September rather, or first week of October.
Okay,
We submit
so it was late na, no? So you did, but in the meantime, hindi kayo nakapag-disburse ng maski ano?
we were able to implement, Madam Chair, and
No.
53%.
What were you able to implement? How much?
Based on our first year programs and activities, we were able to serve, just a quick rundown, Madam Chair, 627 number of coconut farmers cooperative serve, 216 number of coconut farmers organizations and associations serve. Ito po yung na-transform din namin, Madam Chair, into cooperatives. 122,
So wait muna. Magkano na-release nung November, mid-November, magkano yung pera?
250, Madam Chair.
Yun yung 250 na sinasabi mo.
Apo.
Sa 250, more than half na disburse naman.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Pero by December, may natira pa.
Yes, Madam
Tama
Chair.
ba? Kasi naguguluhan ako sa listahan.
Around 118, Madam Chair.
So yung 118, 560 reverted kasi siya pa yung balance nung December.
Yes, Madam
So
Chair.
hinila na ng DBM. Ganon. So, pinagtatakahan ko kasi anuman yung joint circular, hindi pwedeng lumabag sa pagkaintindi namin ng trust fund na yung RA 11524 says the management and custodianship of the trust fund. So the BTR as depository will manage the COCO levy assets without requirement of reversion. Yun ang pagkaintindi namin Bakit na-revert?
Ma'am, the general...
Kasi management and custodianship of trust fund, di ba? Yan ang section 12. Depository lang ang treasury, pero nananatili pa rin COCO levy, di ba?
Yes, ma'am. The trust fund itself is being managed by the Bureau of the Treasury, and
Kaya
the
nga.
cash allocations, ma'am, that was released to the agencies are being reverted every
Okay.
year. Pero po bumabalik ulit siya sa BTR.
So, yung 118 na revert, what is the nature of that? What's the status na ngayon?
Balik po siya sa Bureau of the
No, I
Treasury,
understand. Pero, sino magmamanage niyan? Treasury.
Yes, ma'am.
Tapos, paano nila kukunin? Magre-request sila for a new NCA.
Yes, ma'am.
Ginawa ba ninyo yon at kailan?
Yes, we did propose to the Finance Management Committee of the CFIDP, ma'am, but still subject for approval of the said committee.
So you haven't actually requested a new NCA?
We requested for an additional budget, but the
No, that's
initial
not
step.
additional budget. You're
Yeah.
requesting for the return of
Yes.
the amount reverted.
Yes, I stand corrected, Madam
So did you
Chair.
request for the new NCA or not?
May I, Madam Chair? Kasi the discussion when the program was implemented, those that are reverted to the Treasury, hindi na daw pwede i-request for NCA. So ang
Bakit?
nangyari, that
Is
was
that correct?
ang nangyari,
You
Madam
cannot
Chair.
request for a new NCA? I'm sorry. Sorry, can we just get the DBM to answer?
Ma'am, it's based on the JMC, the Joint Memorandum Circular, any unutilized funds coming from the trust fund of the agencies will automatically be reverted to the National Treasury. However, every year naman po, meron naman pong 250 million na pinoprovide
No, pero
for the
yung
implementing
sinasabi mo, yung
agencies.
hindi nagastos na 118, forfeited na forever,
It's
aasa na lang sila sa panibagong 250. Ganun ba yun?
for the cash requirements, ma'am, it will really revert to the National Treasury because it's a trust receipts in nature.
Hindi tama yung DBM dyan. Ang alam ko, ang trust receipt, talagang sinusoli yan sa dating agency. Hindi yan pwedeng hawakan ng Treasury at aasahan na lamang yung new appropriations for the following year. Wala naman yatang ganun. Can we please clarify? That doesn't make any sense to me. Parang dapat bigyan ng bagong NCA for the previous balance of 118 plus the new appropriations as may be mandated, yung 250. So dapat ang ibibigay sa kanila yung 118 plus 250. Ba't nagkaganon?
Ma'am, sa Bureau of the Treasury, ma'am, and the DBM and the COA, it's indicated in the Joint Memorandum Circular na any unutilized funds nga po will revert to the National Treasury.
Yes, I think DBM should be warned that you are actually in violation of the law. It's very, very clear. But 2022, 5% of 5 billion, 250 million. So naibalik yung 118. Tapos, yung year 2, 5% na naman, 250 na naman. Year 3, 2024, 6 billion na yan. So magiging 300 yung CDA. And so on. Ang point ko, hindi masusunod ang batas kapag hindi sinoli sa kanila kasi 5% yung kanila eh. No matter what your joint circular is, it cannot be in violation of the law.
The special allotment release order for the coconut farmers industry is being released by the DBM to the Bureau of the Treasury. The cash requirements po, yun po yung nagiging trust fund. Trust receipts po siya.
Hindi tama yun. Teka, hinihilo, I think,
I'm sorry. The notice of cash allocation, yun lang po ang nire-release namin sa mga implementing agencies as trust receipts.
okay.
Apo.
Oh,
And-
what happened to the
and yun nga
118? Na halimbawa, nag-request sila, nabuo yung NCA, requesting for the 118, binigay yung bagong NCA, yung pera, saan mapupunta?
It will,
Bakit sinasabi nyo, iipitin pa rin yung cash?
it will revert back to the National Treasury, ma'am.
Bakit nga? Bakit pa kayo nag-NCA kung wala kayong balak mag-release ng pera? Anong
There
klase
is-
yun?
The joint
Mag-i-issue kayong NCA, pero walang cash backing, walang cash release?
I think it's one of the discussions, ma'am, sa technical working
No, that
group
cannot
po
be a
ng-
discussion. You're in violation of the intent and purpose of this law. Dekada-dekada nang inaantayan ng magsasaka. The coconut farmers are among the poorest farmers in the country. Inintay na yan ng ilang dekada. Ngayon, iipitin na naman ng DBM. Hindi na tama to.
Ma'am, we always release, ma'am, the 250 million kapag
No, you haven't. You released it once, late, and then you pulled back 118. You haven't. Not always. Always is not correct. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I feel very, very strongly about this law. The farmers are among the poorest in the country, and they've been waiting for decades. Ano na?
Ma'am, for the one of the discussions po ng TWG
Sa madaling
is that-
sabi, ibalik na ninyo yung 118 million bago sundan to. Wag aasahan yung next release ng susunod na taon. Hindi tama yun. Inutang na yun ninyo eh. Kasi trust yan eh. Ibabalik ninyo yung 118 ayon sa NCA. Ibabalik yon cash, tunay na pera, hindi papel.
Ma'am, one of the discussions on during the TWG is that kung pwede nga po na i-utilize yung mga, I mean, kung pwede pong i-release ulit yung mga unutilized.
Kaya nga.
Kasi nga po ang dami, totoo ma'am, napakadami po. Kasi nga
Ang
po,
dami-dami tapos
Yes,
puro
ma'am.
late release. Alam kasi naman natin, hindi rin yung kasalanan na wala pang appointed dyan sa PCA. So walang makapirma, di ba? So nagtambak yung mga pera na dapat i-release. Yan naman ang nangyari talaga. Bagong administrasyon, nagka-delay-delay. Yan ang totoo. Okay. Ngayon, bakit may mahaba pang diskusyon? Eh di i-release na. Hindi naman pwedeng harangin yung last year para asahan na lamang yung susunod na taon. Walang ganun.
isa po yun sa mga naging discussions sa TWG,
Kung
Technical
tigilan na
Working
yung
Group.
discussion, i-release na. Pera na, please. Pasensya ha, inaantok na ako ng bonggang-bongga at nakakahilo to eh. Senator Robin. Hindi, kasi nakakaawa naman. Ilang beses na namin ipinangako na may 5 billion ang ating mga magsasaka ng lubi, ng nyog. Karamihan yan, nasa Visayas at Mindanao, at karamihan yan, pinakamahihirap na magsasaka sa ating bansa. Ano ba naman, i-release na yan? Yeah, kasi 1.5 a month yan eh. Okay, so let's try and get to the bottom of this, and please express to your leadership our very, very vigorous opposition to your implementation of said joint circular of January 2023, of January 2022. Hindi po pwede yung ganong klaseng implementation. Walang inuutang sa dati. Dapat i-release yun at wag aasahan yung 250 na darating pa. Otherwise, hindi masusunod yung, naku, ang haba-haba ng diskusyon na ito. Itong batas na to, nabito na 2 beses, pabalik-balik sa amin. Maawat mahabag. Ngayon, implementasyon na lamang. Hindi pa ibibigay. Ano ba naman talaga? Akala ko tree of life ang coconut. Naging tree of kamatayan, Diyos ko. Okay. Yes, so can we please relay to the DBM leadership our strong opposition to this type of implementation? In the meantime, CDA, yung NCA ba? Yung request for new NCA, ano na ang status?
We didn't submit any NCA, ma'am, because we followed the
request for new NCA.
Yeah, the request, we didn't observe that
Kaya nga, bakit?
because as per guidelines, we have to write the Finance Management Committee through PCA. So we're just following that guidelines, Madam Chair. And we wrote
Teka, sino na naman ang susulatan?
the Finance Committee, the Management Committee of the CFIDP.
Parang paikot-ikot yata. Come again.
Yes, ma'am.
Di ba kayo rin yun?
uh,
Pero may finance committee kayo. Sino yung finance committee, oy?
ang CFIDP po ang may Trust Fund Committee, Management Committee.
Sino nga?
Anong composition na yun? I believe, Madam Chair, the vetting agencies like DOF, DBM,
yeah, the
PCA,
usual.
yeah.
Oh.
And we submitted dated June 23, Madam Chair, as a compliant to the instructions of that finance.
Tama ba
trust
yun?
funds.
Yung para humingi ng bagong NCA sa DBM at sa Bureau of Treasury, hihingi muna ng permiso sa DBM, Treasury at Finance. Di ba tayo chinuchubibo nito?
Based on their statement, Madam Chair, it will be subject on their evaluation and assessment. So we just follow the guidelines, Madam Chair.
Ano yon? Sabihin ko na yung totoo, medyo personal kasi ito sa akin. Tuwing umuwi ako sa Tacloban, sa Leyte at sa Samar, ito yung tinatanong ng mga magsasaka. At hindi na ako makasagot kasi ang alam ko na ipasa na itong batas na to noon pa. Eh hanggang ngayon, wala pa silang natatanggap ni Singkong Duling. Di ko na masagot eh.
Dito sa Tacloban makabigay ka ng 21
Eh akala ko naman may maganda akong balita ngayon.
31 cooperatives.
Ano?
In Tacloban or Region 8, Madam Chair, we were able to provide support to 31 coconut farmers cooperatives, coming from being an association organization. And for next year, Madam Chair,
Okay lang, okay lang. Ang problema, 31, eh libo-libo yun eh.
yeah,
I mean, ang dai kaya nila.
but we continue to provide them the handholding
Pag dumami
program.
pa
Yes, sir.
yung NPA Samar United Front, kasalanan pa natin yan.
Patuloy naman po ang pag-organize namin as cooperatives, Madam Chair.
Kala ko ng United Front. Okay, napakaliit naman ang output na yan. Okay. Can I get a coherent answer and perhaps we can ask what is the flow chart intended by the DBM? To ask for a new NCA, babalik sa DBM para humingi sa DBM?
Yes, ma'am, for the
Di
NCA
ba
po,
chubibon tawag doon? Parang nakakaloka pa ikot-ikot.
we will relay it to the CFLDP TWG, ma'am, regarding the unutilized balance.
Patid kailan pa yan?
We will relay it, ma'am.
Sino yung TWG? Gano'n na naman. DOF, DBM, BOTR.
BTR, ma'am. BTR.
O, kayo na naman. The Holy Trinity. Siya, paano ba to? Sige, gawan na lang ninyo ako ng kuwan. DBM, gawan na lang ako ng paliwanag. Please, ASAP, sa lalong madaling panahon at ako'y nalito.
Yes, ma'am.
Baka nahuhulaan ni Senator Padilla. Nakakatawa na to. O sige, Marawi naman. Ay, teka, ano ba to? O, Marawi naman, para sakit ng ulo na ulit. Bato. Okay, 2018 to 2023, 284.849 million pesos disbursed to Marawi-based co-ops. Bakit lahat ng co-op na recipient hindi pa nakakapag-liquidate ng anuman? Totoo ba yung mga co-op na to? Or drawing lang?
Madam Chair, I'll give the floor to our project manager, Director Elias.
Bakit walang maibigay na liquidation at saka ebidensya na tumanggap ng mga makinarya itong Marawi Rehab Program? Yes, Director Elias, please.
Yes. Magandang hapon po, ma'am. Madam Chair,
Sana.
for Marawi, we were able to extend to 169 cooperatives under the Marawi Rehabilitation through Cooperativism Project and the MPN, Mindanao Peace and Normalization Project. And out of the 169 cooperatives, 103 were able to fully liquidate the assistance given to them. And
You're saying how much? Magkano? Magkano yung na-liquidate? Kasi sa lista ko wala pang naliliquidate eh.
about 56 something million, ma'am.
Pero ang napakaliit nun, kung ihahambing sa na-release na pera, 284,849 million. Ang laki ng pera, wala pa sa 20% ba yan? Ang sinasabi ninyo, 50?
Yung pera,
Ilan ang
ma'am.
liquidated? Kasi sa report, walang na-liquidate.
Hindi, ma'am. Yung 56 million livelihood assistance to cooperatives, fully liquidated yan.
CDA, do you have something in writing? Kasi 50-something will not wash in a budget hearing po. Ilan bang liquidated? Kasi ang record dito, unliquidated, napakalaking halaga.
64,362,860.85, ma'am.
Yes, precisely my point that 64 million is a small fraction of the total amount disbursed, the 284 million plus.
I'm speaking of the livelihood assistance. Hindi nakasama doon, ma'am, yung mga administrative cost na inclusive doon, kasama doon sa dinownload na
Siguro
pera.
hindi naman administrative cost itong 75%. Laki nito eh. 284 ang sinasabi niyong liquidated. Can I just have an update on the Marawi with figures, please? And the evidence that these co-ops in fact exist?
284 ang disbursed.
Okay.
Walang reports.
Yeah. There's zero reports on this amount. Even the 64 million you're claiming to have been disbursed are not recorded. So the worry is these are ghost co-ops, that the farmers never received any equipment. There's nothing here. I'm sorry. This derives from your office.
The audit report of the Commission on Audit dated 2021, if I'm not mistaken, ma'am.
Hindi.
Na-
June 2023 po to. Walang liquidated.
I
Ang
think,
disbursed 284.
Madam Chair, siguro hindi po updated yung data na provided kasi
Palagay ko, Chairman Encabo, galing pala ito sa CDE, hindi pala COA. Mag-usap kaya kayo ng Region 10. Galing pala sa inyo to, hindi ko naman mahuhula to eh. Ayon sa listahan ninyo, wala naman na liquidate. Ang laki kaya. Mindanao Peace and Normalization Program. Bahagi ako nitong committee to eh. There's a special committee on Marawi Rehab, and nagsusumikap kami na mabigyan ng pera ang Marawi para bumangon. Subalit, hindi naman kayo nagli-liquidate. Are these co-ops really existing?
yes, ma'am.
Why is it they can't liquidate?
Yung sa Mindanao
Kayo
Peace-
nagbigay nito, CDA, hindi ko galing sa akin. So, can you show me any evidence of these co-ops that they received the machines listed? Are they compliant co-ops? Can you tell me something about Marawi co-ops? Was there any financial assistance provided to Marawi-based co-ops?
Yes.
How much and which co-ops? Directly from CDA? Parang hindi kayo nag-usap.
Madam Chair, if the leadership would permit, we can submit a comprehensive report after this, Madam Chair, to your office.
Who is responsible for identifying these co-ops?
Madam Chair, sa pagpasok ko po ng CDA, ongoing na po yan, and there is a board resolution
Kailan kayo pumasok ng CDA?
to 2 years pa po, Madam Chair.
Right. Sa loob ng 2 taon, natagpuan ba ninyo itong mga co-op na to? Napunta ba kayo sa Marawi?
Yes po, pero I was not able to meet them directly, but I've been requesting reports from
Maliit lang po ang Marawi.
Opo.
Masasagasaan ninyo sila kahit paano.
Opo. I've been consistently requesting po reports from the project manager since siya
Who's
po
the project manager?
Director Elias po.
Yes, Director Elias, yeah. It's a lot of money to remain unliquidated.
yung,
What do you intend to do about this?
as for the Marawi rehabilitation through cooperativism project, ma'am, I am very certain that this is liquidated.
No, it's not. Where are the liquidation papers? Kanino mo sinubmit? Ang supervising authority mo yung CDA. Yung CDA mismo ang nagsasabi na walang liquidation ni isa eh.
Ang
Kanino ako aasa nito? Saan ninyo sinubmit yung liquidation, Director Elias?
sa kuha po namin, sa resident
Sa
auditor.
COA ninyo?
Yes, ma'am.
Bakit sa COA ninyo? Hindi ba ibibigay sa CDA?
Hindi, ang management, bali, ang CDA, nagsasubmit ng liquidation documents doon sa Commission on Audit. Ngayon,
Hindi, ibibigay mo sa CDA.
They will submit to the head office, ma'am.
Siyempre,
ma'am.
ibibigay sa head office
Yung-
kasi regional head ka, di ba?
You receive by COA Regional Office. They have to
Okay.
submit the head office.
CDA muna.
Yes.
Oh.
No, ma'am. The regional office, which is Region 10, will submit to COA Region 10.
Okay, so
and then,
what happened, COA Region 10,
I
natanggap
think-
ba nila?
I think our COA head office, ma'am, they should submit us the
Now,
received
are
copy.
you aware of this issue? It's quite a large sum of money. Mr. Ablao, our COA audit team leader, did you receive at the Region 10 COA office the liquidation report of said co-ops from Marawi?
Good afternoon po. Ang ano po, ang sinasabit lang sa amin na mga reports, yung audited na ng region. Kaya kung...
Teka, you're from central office, hindi kayo Region 10? So, na-audit ba yung sa Region 10? Hindi ninyo alam?
Hindi
umabot sa
yung
inyo?
namin alam. Wala naman pong dumarating na mga reports sa amin. Pero, tsaka di ko rin masyadong ano kasi wala akong data.
Ang klaseng management to? CDA doesn't know what's happening in Region 10?
Ma'am, I gave directives and instructions sa Region 10 po to comply and liquidate the entire program
Right.
funds.
If, Director Elias, if you're saying these co-ops are real and that this machinery and other assistance was disbursed, can you provide the records, the evidence that in fact this were received, these co-ops are in existence, and that they have been liquidated properly?
yes, ma'am.
Kailan?
Babalik kami sa Mindanao.
Ha?
This,
Alas 4 na po.
hindi, babalik kami.
Pero yung
din,
sabi
will-
ninyo, maliliquidate mo 64 million lang. Eh, maliit na bahagi yan sa 284. Paano natin ikikwenta yung napakalaking halagang yan?
Ma'am, parang hindi rin nagtali yung ano natin sa 284. Kasi base sa actual na release namin sa co-op, we have 3 programs kasi itong Marawi Rehabilitation through Cooperativism, yung Mindanao Peace and Normalization, and the Livelihood Assistance to Co-op Farmers in Conflict-Affected Areas. 3 project po yon. Yung una ay na-release namin sa co-op ay 64,362,000. Yung sa MPIN ay 17,850,000 lang. And yung
Eh, saan napuntang pera nito?
yun yung base po sa mga
Base sa records ng DBM at CDA, tanggap po ninyo.
yung MPIN may component dyan na farm machineries na bid out sa central office po. Kaya hindi kasama sa libro namin sa region. At saka by the way, ma'am, before...
So, nasa libro ng central office ng alin? Ng CDA?
Yes, ma'am. Yung...
Nasa libro ng CDA. So, sinong in charge ng libro ng CDA?
Yung
Chairman
procurement.
Encabo, please. Sabi niya, na-bid out daw sa central office, hindi
yung
daw
farm
umabot sa
machineries,
Mindanao.
mini rice mill, ma'am.
No, Madam Chair. All the Mindanao all the projects that the director mentioned was issued, directly released to Region 10, before in Region 9, 12, but when Director Elias transferred to Director 10, it was also transferred to Region 10. So all the funds for Mindanao was directly go to Mindanao regional offices, Madam Chair.
So what are you saying? Who's responsible to produce these liquidation reports?
It should be the region, Madam Chair.
Yeah, that
In
would
fact, we have a series of meetings for them to fix all the documents that we needed. But until now, Mr.
But
Chair,
now
I think
he says he has to go back to Mindanao.
nasa
Hindi pa
process
ninyo
pa
dala?
sila ng liquidation.
If I may continue, ma'am. By the way pala, before maging Region 10, originally yung mga dalawang projects ay galing sa Region 12. So ang responsible na ano doon, sinasubmit namin yung documents doon sa resident auditors ng Region 12. Before malipat yung supervision ng Marawi Satellite Office doon sa Region 10.
Pasensya, wala akong naintindihan. Pasensya, gulong-gulo ako. Nalipat lang naman ng region, di naman ganun kagulo, 12 to 10. O,
Yes,
simple lang. O, bakit mawawala pati papel?
Yung dalawang project namin, yung MPN at saka Marawi Rehabilitation.
Kala ko sabi mo tatlo.
Yung dalawa doon, ma'am, ang submission of documents sa Region 12 pa rin. Kasi ang nangungulikta doon, yung COA doon. Yung latest lang na under implementation, yun lang yung sa Region 10. So bali nagsasubmit kami sa Marawi, nagsasubmit kami ng documents, iba doon sa Region 12, yung iba doon sa Region 10.
Parang ang labo naman. Okay, Mr. Ablao, please try and trace from COA, both Region 12 and 10, the records that Director Elias is referring to. Director Elias, you should have those records with you. Kahit 64 million, nasa na? Ba't babalik pa sa Mindanao? Ba't kayo pumunta rito na walang bit-bit na papel? Yan lang naman inaatupag namin eh.
Yung
Gustong-gusto namin tumulong, pero kapag hindi na liliquidate yung pera, kami rin ang accountable dyan.
yung kasing sinasabi ko na 60 plus million ay nandoon sa audit report ng COA
Okay,
na clear na yon.
Please supply that.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
COA, please, Director Elias. Chairman Encabo, I think at this juncture, if there's no opposition from Senator Padilla, I cannot endorse the budget of the CDA. It cannot pass subcommittee. I need clarification, both with regard to the coconut funds because of the confusion of DBM with regard to the nature of trust receipts, as well as this very large sum that appears to be missing from our records. So, paano? Anong gagawin natin?
We will submit a comprehensive report.
Kailan?
If we could do it in 1 week time, Madam Chair, if that is acceptable.
Yes, I don't know that we even have the luxury of 1 week kasi nagmamadali sila, no? Senator Padilla. Pabalikin na lang natin sila pag nabuo nila yung papel. Perhaps DBM, you can relay to your leadership the sentiments of the House that really you are not in compliance with the spirit and purpose of the law and that we should try a little harder to help rather than stymie the growth of these coconut organizations. At the same time, Region 10, you're responsible for a very large sum of money for which you can't account at this point. COA, he's now turning to COA Region 10 and saying that you should have the records, but you don't seem to be aware, so please get in touch with COA Region 10 at alamin natin kung ano nangyari doon. And Region 12 as well, sabi niya sa Region 12. Ilang bang region tong hahabulin natin? Ikot-ikot tayo hanggang mabuo natin yung papel. And Chairman Encabo, no matter what, I think you will have to account for this because these sums occur under your agency. In the meantime, may I defer the passage of this agency's budget for 2004, failing the submission of documents. We will inform you when the next hearing will be made, but please submit at the earliest possible opportunity the documents required. An opinion as well from DBM, please. Sulatan ninyo kami na ano ang pinakamagandang gawin para maibalik naman yung pera na talagang karapat-dapat para sa 2022. Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, we will submit to the guidance of the leadership of this committee. Thank you.
Sige. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Padilla.
By their President, Attorney Ben Joshua Baltasar, and the SVP for Finance and Administration, Maria Lourdes Rifarial, the SVP for Business Development and Communications, Mr. Vladimir Hubert de la Cruz. Their Chief Accountant is Ms. Maria Siena Cabasis, and their Budget Officer, Tony Rose Unciano. That's all, Senator.
Yes, thank you very much. Do you want to explain or present the summary of your sources and uses of funds, being that the national government subsidy of 60 million requested was actually turned down? So in light of that development, are there other salient points that you'd like to highlight?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, and we thank you for this opportunity to present on the CIC budget. We do have a short presentation deck highlighting the salient features of our request. Okay, so next slide, please. So just as a background, under present management of the CIC, our database has actually doubled since 2020, from 23 million data subjects all the way to 43.3 million, and still growing. And this is represented also by 152 million loan contracts, which is also almost double the growth from 2020. So we also anticipate in the next slide that in the coming years, the database continues to grow as more Filipinos participate in the formal financial sector. So as was directed way back in 2021 by this representation, we've made it a point to make our operation sustainable. And over the years, as borne by our financials, our dependence on government subsidy has actually gone down significantly. So jumping to the salient points of the breakdown of the budget for 2024. So the total corporate operating budget of CIC for next year is 267,250,000. And we are only requesting for 60 million of subsidy support to defray core operations, which has been broken down by our main functions, which is CISA compliance, credit information system operations, and CIC operations. So the distinction between these, I'll just simplify. CISA compliance refers to our activities where we collect the data from the submitting entities. CIS operations refers to the IT operations itself, maintenance and securing of the database. And CIC operations refers really to some overhead and, of course, training as to our entity's compliance to the CIC. So we are only asking for a modest amount, which is in line with our plan to wind down request for government support. In fact, compared to what we are receiving for this year, we are actually just maintaining. But compared to what we initially requested for this year, it actually is on a downward slope.
So the 60 million requested is intended for information systems, is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair. So while the rest...
Personnel costs as well, for 39 plantilla pa. Tama ba? And operating expenses. So may capital outlay, may personal costs, may operating expenses. So halo-halo yung 60 million, bits and pieces of different things. Is that correct?
For the 60 as presented, personnel costs are not included in it. We'll be able to defray that through internally generated revenue.
In the briefer given to me, personal costs are included for 39 additional plantilla personnel to be filed through the regularization of the current COS. That's what it says. It also says operating expenses relating to collection, consolidation, storage, security of the public credit data. This derives from you.
Yes.
If it's wrong, I will have to point you right back to your office.
Thank you for pointing that out, Madam Chair. The regularization is included in the budget increase, but for purposes of the subsidy, what is being referred to, at least in the subsidy breakdown, which is in the slide prior to this. Can we go back one slide, please? Hindi ba yan yung COS na to? Saan galing yun? Sa atin ba yan? The letter.
Yeah, kayo rin nagsulat nito eh. Ayan, andito, verbatim. Yung letter po ninyo. This is your submission, di ba? Is this familiar to you?
The first submission.
Andito oh. It's addressed to Director
No, that's
Palanca.
an older one. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and
Okay.
it says it's a combination of COPS and MOE.
Yes, ma'am.
You're now saying that it's not the case.
There is personnel expenses included in this, but it relates to the general services, which presently are manned by COS, so that's why they're booked under MOE.
Kaya nga, that's exactly what they said. Yung mga COS, irre-regularize yung
Yes.
39 guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Tama?
Yes.
Okay. So, tama naman yung sinulat
Yeah.
ninyo.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Ay, yung operating, tama? Yung
It's-
operating expenses
Yes,
for
Madam Chair.
collection, security, consolidation, blah, blah, storage.
Yes, Madam Chair, this is just the minimum amount required for a certain level, but of course, when we generate additional income, that is intended to supplement this level of support.
No, I understand. It's just that you mentioned the 60 million as a government subsidy that you've lost, right, for this year's budget, next year's budget, 2024.
Yes, Madam
Sige.
Chair.
Okay. Okay, anything else?
What the provision of this subsidy also allows the CIC to do is pursue development initiatives that will be funded from our internally generated revenue if it is no longer tied up in operations, such as MSMEs.
Teka, bago yan. That's not included in the justification for the request. Parang pursue development something.
This is actually consistent with our mandate under CISA.
No, I'm not contesting your
Okay.
mandate. We're just here for budget.
Okay.
So we're a bunch of bookkeepers this afternoon, so tell me what this 60 million consists of. Kasi hindi kayo nagkakasundo
Yes.
sa utilization.
Okay.
Paano tayo magre-request ng karagdagan?
Yeah.
Taon-taon nagdadagdag ako sa inyo, pero i-justify natin ng maayos. Kasi iba yung sinubmit ninyo, iba naman yung binabanggit mo ngayon.
I think based on your last clarification, Madam Chair, it's actually the same.
Pero may bago ka, may kaapat ka ngayon, development of something. Pursue the development of... You just mentioned something.
Yes, Madam Chair. What I was referring to is what this subsidy will allow us to do if our internally generated revenue does not have to defray core operations. So,
Oh, okay, so you're saying that this isn't what the subsidy will
Yeah.
be used for. It will not be used for.
it will not be used for.
Okay.
But of course, if we have zero subsidy, then we will have to reallocate internally generated revenue.
Sige, ganito na lang. Can you just clarify and give me another letter?
Sure.
Explaining what you intended to do with the 60 million and why you need it. It's
Okay.
like really simple. Every year naman nagdadagdag kami kasi nga we're trying to help the CIC along and it's something very important for our development. So I just need something in writing for clarification because I keep getting differing bits of information. Okay, is there anything else here?
Yes, Madam Chair, that would actually be all. We will submit to the instruction. We'll provide a breakdown of the 60 million support as to what expenditures it will pertain to.
Yeah, in addition, I would just like to ask and clarify, yung 2020 to 2023, sakop nyo yung COVID, ano? How were you still able to generate such stunning percentages of growth?
This is because
I mean, it becomes doubtful, di ba? We all know in the period of COVID, everything slowed down, and yet CIC is reporting meron bang ganon? Double digit, triple digit? Parang kapani-paniwala ba yan?
I have a very simple explanation for this, Madam Chair. Kasi kaya siya lumalaki, kasi hindi pa fully submitted even before COVID. Oo. So,
Yun na nga, pero nung nag-COVID, mas lalo sila mahirapan mag-submit.
ang ginawa po namin, we went fully online for submissions.
Yeah.
So,
And since everyone's bored in the house, they actually complied? Is that what you're saying? No, I know it to be true.
it's easier to submit when you just press a button than have to bring documents.
Of
to-
course.
Yeah. So a lot of it was driven by these efficiencies that we did. So everything's fully online. So bumilis po yung onboarding, hard copies were no longer required. And that actually allowed them to be onboarded faster, which explains our database growth.
Yes, on the other hand, the computerized accounting system enterprise resource planning CAS ERP of 4.8 million should have been finished in 2018 but was delayed. What happened na? At ba't na-delay?
There was a failure on the part of the service provider to perform, so we did not accept it.
So what happened? What happened to that contract?
We already had it canceled,
Okay.
and it's
And then what happened?
presently the provider. We're waiting for the provider to respond to our demand for refund.
Oh, okay. Awaiting refund.
Yes, Madam Chair.
In the meantime, what is your CAS ERP? What computerized accounting system are you using?
We are presently not using a CAS ERP because the objective is for us to use the
Tagal na
refund.
yan, ah.
Yun nga po, ma'am. This was actually before I
This
was
be-
onboarded.
Kaya nga. So delayed na?
It was delayed, ma'am.
Kaya nga, it's 5 years delayed and yet we're doing nothing about it.
We have canceled it, Madam Chair.
No, I understand you've canceled it, but you have no refund and you have no accounting system.
I believe this is
Canceling
included.
is not enough. I
Yes.
mean, you still need an accounting system, right?
Yes, this is included in the budget for next year. So if we.
So you're going to bid out again?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Why did it take 5 years? I mean, you would have thought this was very important.
That's correct, Madam Chair. Based on the history of the CAS development, there were certain things that were delivered, but when it was tested throughout the COVID period, which also had interruptions, it was found to not be suitable for the purpose. In short, may numbers na generate pero hindi nag-a-align dun sa manual. So we couldn't accept it. So we had to finally cancel it. But we did give the provider sufficient opportunity to amend and correct their technology, but it was never fixed.
There are so many free accounting systems. You would have thought this is really basic. How complicated is this?
It seems, Madam Chair, that based on how we book our transactions and how government regulations require certain reports, the provider was unable to provide these functionalities.
Okay, anyway, this is 5 years going, and you're supposed to be the model of credit information, accounting systems, and so on, and doesn't look good.
That's absolutely right, Madam Chair. We do style ourselves as the government's fintech company, so we're doing our best to correct past errors, and we'll make sure that the next provider for the CAS system will be competent and be able to deliver.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange. Of course, the most pressing issue is the status of the CIC. Obviously, we are aware that no memo has as yet been issued to trigger the deactivation of the corporation. Despite the previous recommendation to the SEC that the CIC be deactivated and its functions and powers be transferred to the BSP. The last I've heard of this is obviously the memo of June 2022, Executive Secretary Medialdea to Chairman Aquino of the SEC. Any notion of your fate since then?
To clarify, Madam Chair, there was an issuance from the GCG, a letter dated August 9, that confirms that
August 9 this year.
2022, last year.
Oh,
After,
pagkatapos pa nung kay
Opo.
Medialdea.
Opo.
So August 2022. Galing kanino?
Governance Commission for GOCC,
Yeah, okay.
GCG. So that is an August 9 letter, and it clarifies that CIC is still operational to perform its mandate under CISA, because the trigger document for the
Wala pa,
activation
yeah.
is not there. So we are
So
still
wala
perform-
naman sinabi yun, it's the same.
Yeah. So
In
it's,
effect, you're in existence until the memo orders the deactivation of the corporation, right?
that's correct, Madam Chair.
O kaya nga, so,
We are not informed, but the last status I'm aware of is, I believe this is already in the Office of the President for its review.
oh. So has Secretary Jokno indicated, when he was in the BSP, he took one position that the BSP could happily absorb it. He's now the Secretary of Finance. Has he changed his mind?
I would not be certain of that conclusion.
No, I'm just curious, so. Yes, it's a long time to be kept hanging. 2015 pa to, tama ba to? 2015, yung GCG memo circular.
Oh, the memo circular, Madam Chair, refers to the process of deactivation in
Kaya
general.
nga, pero you've been threatened deactivation since 2015. And it's been a Damocles sword hanging over your heads for the past 8 years. Ang tagal naman mag-desisyon.
I'm only aware.
Magsasampung taon na to.
I'm only aware
Hindi,
of.
kasi 2015, di ba, yung first memo circular ng GCG, indicating that a memo order to deactivate was necessary. And then, wala nang na-issue since then. And you have two issuances saying that a memo order is still necessary. Paulit-ulit lang. Pero no memo order comes out. And in the meantime, you still have this threat of deactivation. 8 taon na yan.
I'll clarify, Madam Chair. The 2015 rules is
Oh.
the general rules that apply to the process of deactivating any GOCC.
Okay, so this is generic.
Yeah.
It's not personal.
It's not, yeah.
Okay.
It's the process by which they follow the
Okay.
activation.
But the recommendation to the SEC to deactivate came about when?
That would be in June last year, 2022.
So the recommendation was June 2022.
Yes, June 27, I believe, is the letter.
And then, June 27, at the same time, the executive secretary said na a memo to deactivate was necessary.
Oh, that's the letter I was referring to, Madam Chair.
No, but you're talking about an August 9 letter. I'm referring to a June 27 letter.
That is the only document that we have that reflects the direction to deactivate CIC.
And
That is the memo from Secretary Medaldea.
yeah.
I am not so sure if there is a separate document referring to the CIC, to the SEC. Is that the question? We only know of one document that represents the directive to deactivate. That would be the June 27 memo from Secretary Medaldea.
Oo.
And then the other document we are aware of is the August 9.
No,
letter.
the recommendation is to GCG recommended to the SEC the deactivation of CIC. That's what it says. Is that correct?
We are not officially furnished.
Yeah, parang rin-recommend sa SEC.
Okay.
It was addressed to the SEC. Can somebody put together these documents?
Sure.
Parang hindi ko yung paper trail niya, nalilito ako.
We'll provide a timeline, Madam Chair, with the
Yeah,
document.
kasi may June 2022, tapos may, there are two references in the narration of facts. Firstly, that the recommendation to SEC to deactivate and put the powers and functions under BSP. At the same time, there's also a memo from the ES at the time, Medaldea, at the same date, indicating that the memo order to deactivate was necessary, addressed to SEC. SEC talaga to. Okay, so ganun. And then you have what you're referring to, the August 9. Pwede natin ibuo so that we know what the status is, and if necessary, push for a final decision because we can't be left hanging like this. Or do you want to be left hanging like this? Baka hindi ka napansin, at least you continue to exist.
Since we are a GOCC, we will follow the instructions of the decision makers, but the standing orders that we were given is just to make sure that we operate the corporation efficiently in hitting its mandates. So
Yes,
we-
of course, that's the right corporate answer, but in your opinion, is the BSP already performing these functions, and are you duplicating them?
from
I
what
won't hold you to it. I'm just gossiping.
we are aware that they are still developing their system to collect.
Kaya nga wala pa naman eh, di ba?
Yes.
So absorbing you would be in their interest or not?
I
Parang magkahiwalay naman kayo. Dapat ba part and parcel of BSP o hindi? I won't hold you to it. Hindi ko isusumbong.
there is a value in keeping us independent.
Kaya nga eh.
Yeah.
Sa ibang bansa kasi talagang hinihiwalay yun eh.
Opo, we are aware po. Madam
Kaya
Chair.
nga, di ba? What would be the logic for consolidating it with the BSP?
It will probably be resources and also alignment with a major contributor to our data, which would be the banks.
Right.
But the pro of being independent is since we have large contributions from non-banks, which are not necessarily under the regulation of the
Of the
BSP,
BSP.
then we are more flexible.
Right. Okay. What else? Yes, in the budget submitted to us, all your budget is under general administration and support, no support to operations or an operations development program. Bakit ganun? Puro admin, walang MOE. Wala kayong operations at all. But it's sort of a curious budget.
Yes, Madam Chair. I understand that that is actually a peculiarity in the forms which we had to fill with the DBM.
Kasi
But
maintindihan, kasi parang may puwang. Ba't ganun?
i-clarify po namin, ma'am, meron po talaga kaming need for operations and development, but
Hindi kasi normally, di ba, parati naman may division yan. May CO, may PS, may MOE. Ba't yung sa inyo iba? Tama ba yung pagkain?
They categorize, sir, the subsidy for us.
yeah. Okay.
But we submitted, sir, a request for to realignment. Hindi rin, sir,
Yeah.
Eh kung puro admin, ano yung ibig sabihin ng puro sweldo? Wala kayong gasolina, wala kayong operations, walang maintenance ng IT.
I'll clarify, Madam Chair. So we do have those expenditures, but I think that breakdown refers to the subsidy. And we had to align it with the required field of
Hindi ganyan eh. The field is, the required fields are not completed. Empty yung support to operations ninyo. Tataka lang ako kasi kung wala kayong operations, hindi kayo tatakbo. But walang kapera-pera ni Kusing.
So I'll probably have to give the floor to our SVP for Finance because they're the ones that directly handle encoding to the DBM online portal, which I believe is what reflected that GAAS status.
Anyone know? I'm just curious because it's not usual to see zeros in the operations.
Good afternoon, Senator Marcos. Actually, previous to the 2022 budget of the CIC, it was actually General Administration and Support Services. But in 2022, because we did attribution of our cost against the major category of expenditures, we actually requested DBM to recategorize our subsidy into support to operations because the majority of the expenditure included in the budget subsidy disbursement are actually support to operations. So,
Teka, so yung sinasabi nyo, yung inaasahan na subsidy na 60 million, yun ang paggagamitan
yes.
ng operations?
Yes.
Eh ngayon nawala.
Nawala. Yes.
Ngayon na wala kayong subsidy. Anong gagamitin para sa operations? Magre-realign kayo ng budget, hindi na ganito.
Yes po. Usually po ang mangyayari if there's no subsidy, it would come from our revenue, internally generated revenue. So yun po yun.
Okay.
And we also, for information of the Honorable Senator, we already requested po officially with the DBM to recategorize our subsidy into support to operations already.
I see.
And operations po. Last year din po.
Yeah, medyo nalilito
Nag-request
kasi
na
ako
po.
kasi
Yes
bakit
po.
support to operations tapos may personnel tapos may capital outlay.
Yes.
Ang gulo ng papel niyo eh.
Yes po.
Ang gulo ng request nyo, 60 million pero iba-iba ang pagtutukuyan.
Yes
Alin
po.
ba talaga?
That's why po we are trying actually to redefine and actually coordinate with DBM, officially request na
But that's not
i-recategorize
that's
na
not
po.
the lookout of DBM.
Yes
It's you. It's CIC that has to say kung anong paggagamitan ninyo, ba't ninyo kailangan, ba't dapat ibigay.
Yes
Paiba-iba naman yung sinulat ninyo.
Yes po. But again po, we're trying to do the attribution. That's why we're confident for 2022,
What do you mean
23.
attribution?
The expenditure items in our COB, tiningnan po namin kung saan siya nakategorize, whether it is to operations, support to operations, and gas. And kaya nga po, we identified na hindi po talaga siya pang general administration and support services expenditure.
O sige, baguhin na lang ninyo kung ano ba yung latest na pinagkasundoan ninyo, kung PS ba yan or MOE o kung ano bang paggagamitan yan or paghati-hatiin. Can you give us another letter, please? Because
Yes,
I keep hearing different things.
Yes po.
We will comply, Madam Chair.
Sige, thank you very much. I think I have no further questions. And then yun nga, so two things lang, yung, well, three actually, but yun nga yung delay ng CAS ERP. Ikalawa yung paper trail nitong deactivation orders and non-orders and recommendations. And thirdly, siguro, anong purpose ng 60 million para ma-justify naman yung request ninyo ng maliwanag.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Prepare it when you get back to the office. Yung gamitin lang natin yung MOE. Yung MOE breakdown.
Yeah, I am just reviewing the text of the memo for the executive secretary signed by Salvador Medialdea regarding the deactivation. On its face, it actually orders the deactivation as of June 27. It's so ordered, except that, not except, but in addition to which, the D of F shall be consulted. Pero deactivated na siya talaga as of June 27 and transferred its functions to BSP. But you are telling me following this, may August 9 pa na kailangan pa rin ng memo order for deactivation. Although this looks like an order to me. Ito yung June 27.
Madam Chair, the first sentence of that letter expresses a no objection position on the part of the Executive Secretary to the recommendation of the GCG. However, per consultation with the GCG, in order to make a deactivation executable, it actually requires a directive with instructions.
I don't know the admin law here, but to my mind, this seems to be a deactivation order on its face, ano?
Madam Chair, will furnish you a copy of the August 9 letter of
Oh,
the
sige.
GCG.
Yeah, for
because,
clarity. Kasi this is fairly clear-cut, no? Sige. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Ilan ba kayo na empleyado?
We're just 90.
Aha, 90.
Yes, ma'am.
Lumiliit pa kayo. You were 126 or something when I started out in 2019. Hindi.
No, ma'am.
Talaga, you grew pa.
Yeah, we grew.
I don't know, I was under the impression maybe you had consultants or something, or JOs nga.
Yeah, we are still heavily utilizing GOs because our expansion has not yet been approved.
Approved.
Yeah.
Okay. Sige. Let's just clarify this deactivation. I'm lost. To your mind, August 9 memo says that an explicit memo order is required.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Oh, sige. Thank you. I suppose pending the submission of the information requested, we endorse therefore, without any objection, the budget of the CIC to the Mother Committee of Finance for plenary and further debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Please take your seats. I have to apologize. I'm completely zombied out. Naantok na ako. Kanina pa ako eh. Kagabi pa ako. Ano ba ito? Okay, so let's keep it short. You get budget deductions for long presentations. So anyway, so if everyone's seated, yes, we call to order the subcommittee briefing and hearing of Subcommittee I of the Mother Committee of Finance here in the Senate, and we welcome you all to the Senate. Good afternoon. We call upon the Committee Secretary, Beth Agas, to please recognize our resource persons and proceed with the briefing.
Yes, Senator. Good afternoon again. For the Philippine Competition Commission, we have Chairperson Michael Aguinaldo. We have Commissioner Mara Victoria Esquirol. We have Commissioner Loli Beth Medrano. We have Director 4 Joseph Melvin Basas. OIC Director Christian Loren de los Santos. OIC Director Lian Ivy Medina. The Director 3 Carlos Tolentino of the Economics Office. For Director 4 of the Administration Office, Jason De La Torre. OIC Director of the Communication and Knowledge Management Office, Arnold Tenorio. Officer, Chief Administration Officer, Budget Division, Mr. Bernard Tinosas. CPRO 5 OGC, Legislative Liaison Office, Ramon Jerwel Sawit. Head Executive Assistant, Nina Remedios Mejia. Executive Assistant 4, Donna Bell Montalvo, and Executive Assistant 3, John Hubert Guamos. That's all, Senator.
Yeah, thank you. You don't have nameplates, so you'll have to raise your hand because I don't know who is who beyond those who have their names shown. Okay. All right. Do you have a presentation for your budget? We invite Chairperson Aguinaldo to highlight salient points of the budget of the PCC.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. Thank you for this opportunity to present our budget and request for some funds. If we can jump to slide number 19.
That's good, 19.
So slide 19 shows us the budget proposal for 2024, which was actually a total of 993 million. The DBM recommended Tier 1 level, which found its way into the NEP, is about 465 million. So it's a decrease of about 53%, but there's
This
an
is a decrease from your previous budget
No,
last
from
year?
our
No, from the
proposed.
request.
Yeah, from the request.
DBCC, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is actually also a decrease from our budget last year, but there's
Yeah,
an
what was it last year?
Last year, it was 874 million. Okay. Now, there is an explanation, though, for it, because about 259 million of our budget from, I think, from last year and up to this year is a foreign-assisted project. So it's part of a loan facility granted by the ADB for capacity building and institution
Your loan
building
came from where?
from the Asian Development Bank.
ADB?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, what we were told was they no longer included it as part of our budget for 2024 because this money is not meant to be spent within the year. But as certain programs and projects which are approved by an ADB project management committee are funded, yun lang yung makukuha. So we were told that they placed the money in the unprogrammed fund. So the decrease of 53% isn't. Well, that's what we were told for this year.
I don't
The
know, you're
nila
much
nilagay.
better at this than I am,
Yeah.
surely. And I honestly have never heard of a foreign loan being located in the unprogrammed section.
Yes, it's only this year that apparently
Ano ba yun?
they did it. And the reasoning was
Don't know
since
if
we
it's
don't
me, but,
utilize it in full. That's why, because it's meant to be a 5-year program. So as we go, we should be able to draw from it from the unprogrammed fund. That was the explanation they gave us, which is why it wasn't included.
Yeah,
we're also
sure this is going to sound really weird when we get to plenary, and somebody might jump on it. So I'd really appreciate if you'd give me a written explanation, because it's really unusual for a foreign loan to land in the unprogrammed section of the GAA.
We agree, Madam Chairman. We were, in fact, quite surprised and we were worried when it disappeared because, first of all, that money
Di
is
ba
earmarked
magagalit
for
ang
here.
ADB ng ganyan?
I guess as long as we are able to draw the funds, it's okay. But our problem is ensuring that the appropriation exists. Whether it's in the unprogrammed fund or not, as long as it's there
It's
and
not
we're
much
entitled to
assurance
it.
in the unprogrammed purgatory of our budget.
Yan nga po. That's why one of the things we're trying to ensure is that it's in the list. Because in the NEP, they just submit the lump sum of the unprogrammed fund. But when the GAA comes out, it should already have a specification of what could be included. So we're worried now baka mawala kung nandun nga kami.
Diyos ko, unprogrammed na, mabubura pa.
And the fund is really earmarked for our use. Hindi naman pwedeng gamitin ng ibang ano. But to our mind, it sounds like more of a cash management thing that they're trying to do.
Sure, but if I were the bank, if I were the lender, I wouldn't be very happy.
Yes, we agree. So, but we're monitoring it and we're writing DBM and we just want to make sure that the money's there because otherwise we might have some scholars who might not be able to leave to study. We might have some programs that we can't pay our speakers because
Sure.
wala po yung
Sige,
funding.
for purposes of passing your budget, give me na lang an explanation of how this occurred so that,
Yes, we will.
I don't know, maybe you can put together something more substantial than what we
Yes.
have right now.
Okay, so if we follow that explanation from that we
Sige,
received,
okay.
and the reduction will amount to about 253 million from if we remove the 259 from our proposed budget.
874, from
Yeah.
the 874 lang
Yeah.
muna. Not
Well,
even your proposed.
yeah, our proposed now is 993. So if we remove the more or less 260 million, then it goes down to about 600.
615 pa rin.
Yeah, and
So
then
it's still kulang.
yeah, ang tinagal po sa amin was 253 million, and that is what we're trying to get back. This is primarily MOE so operations-based. The list of what was disapproved we find in slide 21.
It's loan proceeds. It's
Yes,
not
loan proceeds.
Payments.
Not
Kaya
payments.
pwede. Okay.
Yeah.
Sige.
So on page 21, can we move to slide 21
Okay.
rather?
Siya.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, slide 20, I guess. The one above that.
Saan siya?
Yes, so these were the items
Disapproved.
under tier 2 that were disapproved,
Okay.
about 207 million.
Okay.
And then the next slide,
Oo.
the next slide, please.
The
This is the loan service,
Ayan na, yeah.
the loan program. So, what was also removed was the government counterpart. Actually, proceeds po, ma'am. But I don't know why they...
Nakasulat dyan, loan servicing.
Oh nga, I don't know why they
Kasi
put
that-
loan
that's a whole
servicing.
other
Yeah,
can of
because
worms.
that's loan payment. But
Kasi debt service na
Yeah.
yan. Pag ganyan ang pagkasulat, hindi na siya proceeds.
yeah, hindi mali nga yung ano, hindi it should be loan proceeds, hindi siya ano.
Proceeds.
Yeah, because the payment naman is being done by
nga.
DOF, hindi
Kaya
naman
nga,
kami.
Hindi naman kayo
Oo.
ang hahawak niyan. So
Yeah.
dapat, hindi siya, I think that's probably...
Loan proceeds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Siya. So hindi na siya requirement either.
Mhm.
So delete the servicing and
Yeah.
requirements. It's in fact loan,
Loan
proceeds.
proceeds,
Period.
yes. We apologize for that oversight. The other thing that was removed was the GOP counterpart to the loan, which is about 45 million. And this would cover taxes that have to be paid and honoraria for the speakers that we bring from abroad and even local speakers. So since it's about 253 million that was excised from the budget, we're aware that most agencies also received cuts, except one of those that you interpolated earlier. We looked at the items and we decided, okay, let's focus on what is essential, what we need. And so on slide 24, I think, move 2 slides up, I think.
Yung request for consideration.
Yan, yung request for consideration. So we limited it to those that are really important for our operations. So we excise things that we don't need
Sure.
right away.
The request
Yeah.
in writing is 5 million for confidential funds, but here it's 10.
Yeah, because we realigned some items and then we realized from our experience this year na baka kulang nga yung 5M. Oo. Kasi
So in fact,
especially
it's
for
5.
enforcement.
It's not 10 na talaga.
Yeah, well, we were hoping
In
na,
any case, 5 was rejected, so
Yeah.
so much for that.
Yeah.
Oo, sige.
So ang hinihingi na lang po namin is for the regular agency budget about 60.7 million.
Sige.
And for the GOP counterpart to the loan proceeds, which you find in number 2 on the table at the bottom, about 45
Right.
million, or a total of 105,866,000.
All right.
Yun lang po.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So that's, again, it's loan proceeds under the FAP. Okay. Sige. I'll just go through the usual stuff. The hearings are deteriorating as the afternoon progresses. I'm more and more cranky and sleepy. The PCC has a total of 244 approved plantilla. Only 164 failed. Why?
I think right now the number is 197.
197.
197.
Still short.
Yeah, because
Considering you have such a small staff, why are you reducing it further?
we have about, no, we're not reducing po, ma'am. We,
Pero may approval ka ng 244 sa
Yeah.
DBM. Bakit,
It's the-
bakit hindi pinupuno?
hiring because what's happened is, although we are able to get a lot of applicants,
Sure.
meron pong umaalis rin. We have a turnover of anywhere from 10 to 15%. And
Is that a lot?
Not
for
too much.
government?
Not too bad, actually. It's still pretty good. The majority of our
But still,
workforce,
but malaki pa rin ang puwang.
but it's something that we're feeling.
It's a quarter. You're
Yeah.
still a quarter short.
Yeah, we're still feeling. We're not skimping because
Is it because you can't find qualified people, or your salaries are uncompetitive, or
All of the above.
A combination of.
Gobyerno eh. Parati naman
Yeah.
ganyan eh.
Yeah, because the thing with PCC is the salary structure is not SSL. We were given.
Yeah, that's right. You're
Yeah.
non-SSL. That's correct.
Although recently the Office of the President approved a more or less weighted increase of 8% for, I think, all employees below Director 3. Employees below Director 4, they gave more or less about an 8% weighted increase. So hopefully
Who
that
was
will
here
help
last
us.
year? Kay,
I
sino
think
yung nandito na last year? Or since before pa, since I was handling this,
ito po, ma'am.
yeah, you were here na, di ba? We have RC Balisacan pa? Yeah, okay, okay. I'm confused, there's new and old. Okay, sige. All right. This why it's so low. Of obligation, your disbursement. I don't think you.
Of the
Why is the why
it may be due owing to the pandemic, because in 2020 that budget was first granted. Ma'am.
Okay.
In fact, out of the 280 million provided to us in 2000 remain untouched because we 22 budget
do you
one area that is being considered of the life of the project.
catch up?
And the other,
Yeah, program fund was because it didn't fairly reflect the utilization rate. Because
Five.
yes, the only reason. But in fact, this was a subject of a COA. We're supposed to have a plan of how to speed up the
apart from the extent para may ma-report naman ako. Can you,
Yeah, well,
can you
one
help
is
me here
speeding
so
up the
that-
processing of those who are scholars, those who are hoping to study. And then a large part of the funds also depends on the University of the Philippines, because the third component
all
of the
the
project.
scholarships bar at the UP?
A center of excellence on competition law. So, in fact, including having premises for which the future, but also to house that center of excellence. So this is, I think, one of the reasons why the loan might be, or the utilization of the loan might be extended for 2 more years, because UP is still scouring for the right location for us to build
Good luck.
our space.
Okay.
But we have a working group with them that's constantly meeting. So we do have a catch-up plan, because that was.
Sige, you just help
Yeah.
me na lang with some kind of answer so those
Opo.
who are going to look for one will be able to hear one. Sige, you have a digital forensics lab and a web-based tool to screen public procurement for bid rigging. Are there any developments on this front?
Well, in terms of the digital forensic lab, we're pleased to report that last week we conducted our first ever dawn raid. A dawn raid is a power that's been given to the PCC to get an inspection order from the courts, which can be done ex parte. And so they did it in relation to the Onion investigation. And so they were able to enforce it in the offices of the major players. They were able to get documents there, copy them, including data from cell phones and computers, laptops and desktops. And so they were able to utilize the tools, the digital tools that we were able to procure in the past. Again, partly through grants and loans
When
from
did this happen?
last week.
Okay.
What was the date?
September 6th, Chair.
September 6th.
No, I,
That's the first dawn raid ever. The Supreme Court had issued a set of rules specific for this power.
oh, okay.
Yeah, and so finally we were able to use it.
It's only PCC that has this power, sir?
Yes.
No, the reason I ask, I mean, I'm very invested in the Onion investigations, and so far they've been laughable. So they've been dredging up 15-year-old evidence from Ilocos Norte. So, and the people that they're pointing to are all the wrong people, many of whom have not been in operation for decades. So it's funny. I hope you do much better than they have so far.
I hope so. But this is a good sign for us because it's the first time the rule has been used, and they presented it to a judge, and the judge issued the inspection order. They were able to enforce it. Fortunately, there was no untoward incident.
The inspection order is a warrant.
It's kind of like a warrant. It's kind of like a search warrant.
Kaya nga, so it's equivalent to one.
Yes, in the sense that the judge is also required to ask probing questions.
Kaya nga, so,
Yes. Ganun
it's
po.
tantamount to a search warrant.
Tantamount to a search warrant. Yeah.
Okay. Is this different, the web-based tool to screen public procurement? Iba pa yon?
Iba po yan.
Or magkasama yan?
That was a tool developed in-house by our IT people
Okay.
to help sort data in order to uncover potential red flags for bid rigging. Because one of the problems is, if you do have all the data, sifting through the data to find patterns, to find, indications that there's a bid rotation or there's, collusion, it's very difficult if you do it manually. So they were able to develop a web application
Okay.
that allows you to sort through the data faster. And in fact, I think it's New Zealand has asked us to help them they basically want to use the same tool that we've developed.
So you'll sell it? I mean, you have
We don't know yet.
It's proprietarial. I mean,
Yeah.
you should sell it.
Yeah, we don't know yet. They've made inquiries, but we haven't discussed yet. I think when they developed it in the IT group, they had no intentions of being able to commercialize that.
No, we did. I mean, when I was governor, we actually sold um, applications for accounting to other local government units.
Okay.
Yeah.
We might consider it, but we're
Yeah,
still in the
why not?
exploratory stage.
No, it's cool. It's very, very encouraging for your IT guys when they see that they're making money for the institution. Sell it.
Okay.
Anyway, you have no capital outlay 2024. Why? Have you actually recently upgraded all of your capital assets? Or did TBM just cut it all out?
Yeah, we had,
Kasi parang wala eh.
yeah, part of the request
Wala
is in
kang
the
CO.
is in the loan proceeds. There's 15 million. What's this for?
Yung opisina inyo? Hindi, di ba? Nangungupahan lang kayo. That's why nga eh. Tapos walang capital outlay. Parang may future ba kayo? Ganun. Sa loan proceeds na yan kukunin? Ganun ba yan?
Yeah, yung loan proceeds, there's 15.9 million. This is for IT equipment. And then we have, I think, 4.5 million that we're requesting reconsideration, part of the 60 regular
No,
budget.
it's all in the reconsideration. But right
Yeah.
now, wala talaga.
Wala.
So if I read it right, zero
Yes.
capital
Zero
outlay. Yeah, it's a little bit alarming because your premises are rented, di ba?
Yeah.
Squatter lang kayo. At saka, yung IT ninyo is just starting up, in effect.
Yeah. Yeah, and one other item here is we have what we call ice stations. These are tiny offices in select regions. Right now, there's one in Baguio, there's one in Legazpi. This is to aid us in investigations because we are not yet at the stage that I think we need regional offices. Wala pa, we're still nascent. We still have
What
to
do they
develop
look
them.
like? I mean,
Usually it's just space from the NEDA regional office that they let us use a room. But then in Davao, for example, we had to rent space. And the people who man those are actually just job orders.
Okay.
It's just if
What
we
do they do?
to help us when we do investigations, collecting data. And so these people are usually from that area. So they're familiar with processes and all.
Why do you have one in Baguio?
I think that was that the first Baguio?
Bakit?
Um,
Why Baguio? It's not an entry point.
I don't know why Baguio in particular. Maybe they like the cold weather, but I'm not really sure why that was chosen.
I was just curious.
In UP. Oh, okay, it's in UP Baguio. So I guess it was cost related somehow.
I don't know.
No,
No, I was wondering.
yeah,
So wala naman kasi yung nare-report na accomplishment sa Benguet Agriculture or something like that. So I'm wondering why it's UP Baguio.
that is actually part of the review process we're undergoing right now.
Yeah.
We also want to justify why do we have them? Are they actually worth having? Should they be placed somewhere else?
Yeah, where should
we're
they
doing
be
that-
placed?
We're doing that
curious.
evaluation
Yeah, okay.
as we speak. But if we don't get the funding, we'll have to shut them all down because
Okay.
we don't have budget for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. Kaya nga, yung request ninyo, hindi po namin mabasa.
This is just a copy of the loan.
Pwede
Yeah.
can we have a
Yes, we
readable
can
copy?
submit that. Okay.
Oo, hindi mabasa.
Yeah.
Kasi pag may nagtanong ito
Opo.
hindi ko makita
Yes.
Okay. So, okay. You have confidential funds, they're no longer interesting. And then, LIT parang napaka-small time, di ba? After OVP and OP and all the big guns. Another disapproved item was the maintenance of your data center. Paano yun? Pag walang budget to maintain your data center?
Well, we'll have to.
That's also in your reconsideration request ba?
Yes.
Di ba? Naka-top of the pops din siya, di ba? Okay. Okay. Regional expansion project, again and again, disapproved by DBM.
Yeah, we haven't got.
Dati to, di ba? Na disapprove na to dati.
That's why we said, let's take it up. Anyway, we can't implement it, so let's look at it for future day.
Yeah, so you're assessing this in conjunction with the ICE station.
Yes.
Oo.
That's correct.
And also, your dawn raid power, baka naman you can strike anywhere. Biglang mobile force na lang siya. Sparrow unit. Okay. So, in your accomplishment report, I just have two more questions really quickly. I mean, the PCC focused on your enforcement activities in sectors most impacted by the COVID crisis, e-commerce, health, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The pending cases were issued on Palay Millers in Albay and Camarines Sur and Coca-Cola. What are these two statements of objections against anti-competitive practices? Para lang ma-report na may achievement naman.
Yeah, the statement of objection is actually a complaint filed by our CEO, our Competition Enforcement Office. So that basically means that there is already a case involving them.
Kaso na to.
Yes, po.
And then what happened?
And then, so it goes through the process. We do have rules of procedure on how these cases proceed. And then
Mabilis
that
ba
will
yan?
be resolved by the
How long does
commission.
it take?
How long does it take? I don't think we still have an average length of case
Wala pa.
this
Bago
early.
pa.
Yeah, medyo bago pa kasi yung mga ano eh. But of course, we want to resolve them as soon as we possibly can.
Yeah.
We don't want to delay them any further. There are other proceedings, but these are either investigations or sometimes when an investigation is started, the party might decide that okay, I'll settle, I'll comply. Tell me what I need to do. Yes, marami pong ganon.
Okay, also in the major activities of 2024 undertaken by PCC, you've listed the prioritization of cases in the following sectors: food and agriculture. I guarantee you that Senator Villar has been very insistent that the PCC get cracking on this. Meron report ba sa food and agriculture cartels?
Well, in terms of the cartels, cartels are really difficult to
Yun na
prove.
nga. Yeah,
And,
but as difficult as it is, we've been asking the PCC to crack down on them, and till today we haven't had any result.
Yes, the dawn raid that was conducted is focused on that. Insofar as the onion cartel is concerned. Insofar as the rice, we're still
Wala
looking.
na, we're way past onion. It went to sugar, and today we have rice. So
Yeah, yung sa rice po, we're still in the process of data analysis, looking at the figures to try and establish that there is some agreement between competitors or in the vertical supply chain.
yes, because it's here nasa major activities, pero wala namang masyadong accomplishment. Water, distribution and supply, sino to?
There have been complaints regarding some of these private companies that have either joint ventures or basically taken over water districts.
Sure.
Yes.
But what was the role of the PCC
Well, they
in
complain.
rectifying whatever
Yeah,
the problem was?
They complain to us, and then we take a look whether it falls within any of the prohibited activities. Whether
Kasi nakasulat dito, prioritize. So presumably may output na yan, ano?
I think it's still ongoing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, the Bayanihan 2 exempted from compulsory notification M&As with transaction values under 50 billion, nako and entered into within 2 years. May nangyari ba dito? May epekto ba to? From September 2020 to September 2022, 8 transactions that were reviewed by PCC, and then what happened?
Yeah. If I may direct it to our Director of Mergers.
Uh-uh.
Good afternoon, Madam Senator.
Yeah.
Yes, the Bayanihan 2 threshold severely limited the power of the PCC to require compulsory notification. So if you notice in the data that we
Yeah.
submitted, for 2 years, we only were able to receive eight
It's not the Senate,
notifications.
it's Congressman Stella Kimbo, you know where it came from, right?
Opo. Tapos, but prior to that, we've provided comparative figures. For the 1 year period immediately preceding the Bayanihan 2, imposition of the Bayanihan 2 thresholds, we received 23 notifications. And post-lifting of the Bayanihan 2 thresholds, if you would notice also
You're back to normal, it's
Yes,
23,
24.
24 roundabout normal.
Yes.
Kasi yung 8 ninyo talaga just strangled the whole operation, right?
Yes, and it put a lot of burden on the agency to do motu proprio investigations on its own to be able to check yung pong below 50 billion thresholds. And it's really quite difficult
Yeah,
because
50
we don't
billion.
have access to the data of the parties.
Right. So, what was the overall effect? I was just curious because I was jumping up and down against this provision. So I was just curious what PCC actually thought its effect was.
To be honest, ma'am, until now, naghahabol pa rin kami.
Kaya nga-
Naghahanap pa rin kami ng mga indications that during the bayanihan
Kaya nga eh.
merong violation. And actually, we have an ongoing motu proprio review of a transaction that actually occurred in the
Naitago natin sa pangalan ng
secret.
Ha?
Po yung naging
Hindi,
effect.
kasi ayoko to, nung pinasa. Talagang kinontest ko siya, kaya tinatanong ko lang sa inyo, anong impact? Hirap, di ba? Oo nga, sabi ko na nga ba eh. Pero pinagpilitan kasi nila eh. Masyadong protection, ano? Labis-labis na protection. Okay.
Yeah. Madam Chair, on another note,
Yes.
what we've seen though is an increase in requests for letters of non-coverage. Yung mga hindi po mapasok po sa threshold, they're asking us, which is one of the things that the PCC actually does, no? They ask us to, can you look at our transaction and tell us whether there is a competition issue or not? And I think it's becoming a compliance issue now, especially for big business. So there are numerous transactions where kukulitin kami about that letter because it's one of the conditions precedent to closing or
whatever.
So it's becoming a bit of a norm already, at least in big business.
Uh-huh.
So which I think is a good sign.
Isn't that a good thing? It's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
growing up,
Yes.
adulting. Okay. All right. I don't think I have anything else. This transactions approved in 2022, Union Bank, City Square, etc. Tama ba? Yun ba yung pinakamalaki? AC Logistics and Air 21, AIA Philippines and Medicard. Tama ba to? So actually, this can be reported out as accomplishments as well. Is that correct? So I think I have no further questions. And if you'd like to add anything to the discussion. I mean, aside from the request for reconsidered budget.
Yun lang po, and of course we thank you for your support for the PCC through all these years, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And yes, with that, there being no objection, we therefore at subcommittee I level endorse to the Mother Committee of Finance the passage of the budget of the PCC with request for reconsideration of certain items already included in the letter contained herein. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We convene and open the meeting of Subcommittee I for the briefing and hearing of the budget of the Climate Change Commission under the Mother Committee of Finance. And we herewith request our committee secretary, Beth Agas, to recognize and acknowledge our resource persons.
Senator, for the Climate Change Commission, 4 lang daw pong uupo sa kanila, namely Vice Chairperson and Executive Director
I see
Robert,
more than 4 people. Oh, there's
Robert
DOF,
Borges.
DBM. Thank you.
Yes po, Robert Borge, their Commissioner Albert de la Cruz, Commissioner Rachel Ann Herrera, and Deputy Executive Director Attorney Romel Antonio Cuenca. For the DBM, Miss Gemma Ilagan, their acting director, will be sitting with the DOF representative, Attorney Maria Lolhati Dorotan Chioseco, their undersecretary, and Director Genevieve Lontok, Director of IFPO. That's all, Senator.
Sorry, ignorance.
It's International Finance Policy Office, ma'am.
Oh dear. What do you do?
For the Secretariat.
No, seriously. International finance.
We're under the International Finance Group of the Department of Finance.
Yeah, what do you
We're
do?
basically handling the negotiations of loans and grants, external financing for the government.
Okay, sounds good. All right, next. Sino pa?
Ano
Ayun
po,
na yun.
Senator?
Sige, hindi ko alam kung saan ako magsisimula. Okay. Sige. Sa budget message ng Presidente 2024, the budget to address climate change has been increased from 2023 464.5 billion to 543 billion in the national budget. What agencies will be recipients of this fund? What projects are proposed? And were there accomplishments in the 464.5 budget? Secretary Borge, please. Oh, I'm sorry. You're supposed to present your budget, right? But it's fairly short. Unless there are salient points, please feel free to brief us.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to answer your questions. Yes, regarding question 1, for fiscal year 2024, 158 national government instrumentalities or NGIs received NEP composed of 70 national government agencies, 73 state universities and colleges, and 15 government-owned or controlled corporations. So NGIs are 158.
Yeah,
and
perhaps you can submit the list because it's not numbers I need. I need to know who the personalities are and who the agencies actually are.
yes.
Uh,
We also have, we can
What's the
provide the
fund
list.
divided?
Uh,
Can you give us a list with the division of the funds also?
We can give that, Madam Chair,
And
and
then are there accomplishments from the 464.5 billion from the 2023 budget?
the Climate Change Commission, Madam Chair, is currently monitoring the tagging process at the agency request and the NEP and the GA level. So we're working on actual expenditures and then the existing
So
data.
wala pa kayo niyan. You're saying
We're
that
working on it. We're working on it now together with DBM and
pass whatever you have?
yes, ma'am.
Because this has to be justified, no?
Yes,
Kasi
ma'am.
there's a budget increase that's quite significant and we need to understand who are involved.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. So can you tell me who are the lead agencies for the record?
These are provided to us.
No, sino pinakamalaking kwan? I mean, by definition dapat syempre DNR ano. Sino ba pinakamalaking share niyan?
DPWH, Madam Chair.
DPWH dahil sa flood control, yun ba yun?
Yes, Madam Chair.
DPWH. Ang pinakamalaki, hindi DENR.
Madam Chair.
Sino ang second biggest? This is your job. You should have all these numbers at your
Yes,
fingertips.
Madam Chair. Apologies.
O sino yung sumunod? Papaturo nga kami sa inyo eh.
Yes, Madam Chair. Apologies for that.
O sino yung
Provide
next?
the list.
Public Works. Ano yung mga big ticket items?
These are samples.
Di ba trabaho nyo to?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Monitor ng gastos sa environment.
Yes po.
Oh. Di ba
What we
ba-
have are, right now, 1,731 projects and programs.
Hindi yun ang tinatanong ko. I'm just asking what are the lead agencies and how much are they getting for what?
Here it is, Madam Chair. The first one is the Department of Public Works and Highways.
Kaya nga, magkano?
308, 084,567 in Philippine, in billion.
308 billion?
Apo.
Ano lahat yan? Lahat ng flood control yan?
No, ma'am. We have to disaggregate this information.
O tapos after public works?
Would be the Department of Transportation.
Huh?
158.
Really? Climate change sila?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Tapos?
And then the Department of Agriculture, 32.
And then?
And then government-owned or controlled corporations at 18.
And then?
And then the Department of
Kayo ba
Environment
gumawa
and
ng
Natural
plan?
Resources. I'm sorry.
Kayong gumawa ng planong to?
Opo.
I was under the impression it had something to do with CCC. Tapos, yung ikalima, DNR na?
DNR.
How much?
10 billion. 122,700,000.
That's really meager.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, in any case, please submit. Since I'm of the understanding that these climate change expenditures and the implementing units are under your watch, is that correct?
They provide the CCET, and then what happens is that they provide the proposal, it goes to the Climate Change Commission, and then we identify the climate change component.
Right. It's a very strange division, but kayo rin ba nag-allocate ng mga halaga?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay,
These are proposals from the agencies.
I see. All right. And what's your role then?
We are part of the process together with the DBM, and we provide the climate lens, and we say that, yes, these are indeed projects included for climate change.
What's your basis for approval?
We have,
You actually approve it or you just,
together
I
with,
don't understand the role of the Climate Change Commission.
we have the,
Since you said that you had no part in the choice or in the allocation of funds, what exactly is the role of the
its
CCC?
classification, Madam Chair.
Classification
and type-
meaning?
Classification of the projects, whether they are indeed have the climate
So
change.
have you rejected any?
We have. Yes. We have done.
Such as, I need to understand the process lang.
Geologic projects, Madam Chair.
What's that?
Earthquake monitoring
What's wrong with
projects.
that?
It's not climate change.
What is it then?
It's geologic in nature, Madam Chair.
Okay. I'll listen to you, but I'm not so sure. Really? Who proposed and when? I'm just trying to understand what your role is in the identification of projects.
The different agencies
So you
make the
reject
proposal.
geologic projects, is it? I don't know. Sino nag-propose? Anong pre-propose nila? Can you give me a concrete example?
One moment, Madam Chair.
Sorry, I thought this was a major part of your work and you'd be really familiar with this effort. It's a big part of the president's budget message and you're identified as the key proponent? Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair. We're supposed to provide again the climate change lens and go over their project proposals so that they can be classified as indeed addressing climate change issues. So we work on them. We've worked with DBM on the typologies, meaning these are the types of projects that are that respond to climate change challenges, and we find again we assess.
You have no concrete example.
We have. This one, ma'am, is funded by the agency but was tagged as climate change. Not tagged as climate change, volcano, earthquake, and tsunami hazards, Mapping, Risk Assessment, and Research and Development Program.
Yeah, perhaps you can give me a listing and provide some narration of facts of
Yes, Madam
how
Chair.
this
we-
actually occurs. It's
Thank you. We'll also provide the process,
it's
Madam Chair.
unclear to me that CCC makes any contribution. Does it actually turn down projects? You said geologic projects were turned down. Did you initiate any project?
We did not turn down, we did not classify them as climate change.
So what's your role?
As part of the process, Madam Chair, we're the ones that identify whether a project is indeed climate change related.
And having identified it as climate change, it's approved therefore,
It
and
goes into
not
the CPET.
climate change, it's disapproved therefore? Ganun ba yun?
It's classified, Madam Chair, and then goes into the expenditure tagging. If it's not, if it does not classify as a climate change
You know what
project,
classified means? We're in a budget hearing. Does it get money or not?
the budget is still there, but it's not tagged as climate change, Madam Chair.
Okay, give me a thing in writing because it's not clear. I just need to know if it gets funded or not, diba? Yun lang naman ang tanong dun eh. So do you have power to say that it's funded or not?
No, Madam Chair.
I mean, kapag DPWH, hindi ba sila nang nakikialam sa budget nila? O so anong papel ninyo?
Again, Madam Chair, for classification of the projects as climate change related.
Classification or just classification doesn't seem to be the right word. I mean, you just thumbs up or thumbs down. You don't classify into 10 different streams.
The job of climate change, ma'am, when it comes to CCT is to tag it as a climate change project or not.
Yeah, okay. In any case, the People's Survival Fund, we're back to this. It's a huge disappointment last year. CCC submits the exact same list year on year. Again, you report the total amount of PSF grants. Again, it's at 310.336 million. Again, there's no increase in the approved projects from the last same 6 projects reported last year and the year before. Every year, pareho lang. Last year, you said that there was a forthcoming meeting, December 2022, with the PSF board chaired by the finance secretary to release another call for project proposal submissions. What happened? Obviously, nothing happened. It's only the same 6 projects again and again, year on year. It's getting ridiculous.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We took full note of your observations last year and your expression of
Ayan,
frustration.
ano nangyari?
On
Pa
February,
rin eh. You didn't take full consideration of my observations because I said every year it's the same 6 projects. Now it's the same 6 projects. Clearly, you paid no heed.
with if I can proceed, Madam Chair, we did go through the different processes at the People's Survival Fund, and we are pleased to inform you that we've already done the vetting of the applications after the call for applications was made.
Yeah, pero 6 projects pa rin ang report ninyo. Pare pa rin. I mean, walang pinagkaiba from last year and the year before and the year before.
Yes, Madam Chair, but may we inform the Chair that there's a schedule in October already for the decision on the applications.
I'm sorry, I don't
Consideration.
understand. What will happen in October?
In October, there will be a PSF
Am I
board.
holding my breath until next month?
No, Madam Chair, if
Ano mangyayari sa October? Di ko magets.
If I may, Madam.
No, what will happen in October?
there's going to be a PSF board meeting, Madam Chair, and
Me that last year.
yes, and we have lined up already 7
Since
7
December last year
applications.
till today.
We did go through, Madam Chair, the call for applications and then the vetting.
Sorry, it wasn't you, you know, it was somebody else previous to you, but I've been hearing the same thing for 4 years. You have to allow me to be impatient.
Of
It's the
course,
same
Madam Chair.
6 projects, it's the same amount of money. It's the same list of approved projects. You told me in December something would happen, and then you gave me the same list again of the same 6 projects.
If I
It's
can,
like
Madam Chair.
Groundhog Day.
If I can, Madam Chair, I can, sorry, we hope not to give you a Groundhog Day today, but there are
But it
project
is, it's
proposals.
exactly the same.
There are project,
You're reading the
yes,
exact
Madam
same
Chair.
thing.
There are project proposals for approval of the board. The target schedule is in October this year, next month. And then for consideration of the board are seven applications. And if I may,
Have you done anything about the tedious, complicated processing of the applications?
yes, Madam Chair. If I can just add the estimated value for the projects in consideration, it's 820.7 million across six LGUs.
Across six?
From seven LGUs, sorry.
Yeah, well, 7 projects, 7 LGUs. Alam nga naman, dalawa pa.
But my point, Madam Chair, with due respect, is that we did go through the PSF application process with the board, and right now lined up for October is for consideration are these 7 projects.
No, ang tanong, what happened to those 6 projects? Taon-taon binibigyan ng pera, taon-taon sila lang naman ang nabibigyan. Whatever happened to them now? Wala bang katapusan niya? The disbursements are always the same every year. Di ba nagbabago yung project na yan? Wala bang katapusan yung project na yan? You're always submitting the same approved PSF grants, always 310. Every year it's the same. These projects, are they real? How can you keep having the same disbursement to the same project? Di ba yan nagpo-progress? Wala ba nangyayari? Hindi ba nag-improve?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the clarification, there are the original 6, and they're still undergoing implementation.
Hanggang kailan ba yan? Kailan ba nag-umpisa yung 6 na yan?
One moment, Madam Chair.
And, I mean, 6 lang yan. Dapat alam ninyo.
Yes, Madam Chair. There are 6.
Projects are always the same.
There are 6. Again, Del Carmen.
6, I've known it since 2019.
Yes, Madam Chair.
It's seriously boring already.
The disbursement rate, if I can, Madam Chair, for Siargao, it's at 61.38% now. For Lanuza, Surigao del Sur, it's now at
But
69.
it's saying you disburse the same amount year on year.
No, Madam Chair.
Are you monitoring these projects?
Yes, we are, Madam Chair. The disbursement come in tranches.
No, I understand, but Siargao suffered a very serious typhoon and there's been no significant change in your project. I'm puzzled.
For the Siargao Climate Field School, I believe it's a special case, and we're working together with the PSF.
So what do you mean by special?
It's a special case in the sense, Madam Chair, that the project, the Climate Field School, was damaged during the typhoon.
It's not there. I was in Siargao.
The structure stands. Yes, Madam Chair, I was there.
There's no school to speak of.
Because it was damaged again during the typhoon, and we're working together with DBM to address that issue.
But you will maintain the project unchanged?
If I may, Madam Chair.
No, they had very serious extreme weather and they continue
They
to
did.
do so. And yet your project, which has been ongoing for who knows how many years, remains the same. Aren't we told that doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results defines something unpleasant? Yes, USEC DOF, please.
Madam Chair, that's thank you again for this opportunity. In fact, for that specific project, indeed, that's one of our challenges because we already dispersed big amount of money, and then now the whole project was destroyed. So the municipality requested the board for reallocation or release of amount of money, and we notify the municipality.
Hindi ba, kapag ganun katindi at binabagyo at highly vulnerable, papalitan mo yung project.
Yes.
Hindi pwede yun. What you're gonna do is you're gonna reconstruct it in the exact same site that's openly, that's there in open sea. It's absurd.
Yes, yes, ma'am. And we're learning from that experience.
It exists.
Yes, ma'am. And that's why,
Why are we reporting it as an accomplishment?
okay. I will
I
noted.
mean, lokohan na to, di ba? Wala na siya, wasak na siya.
Yes, ma'am.
I
And
don't
we,
know if it ever functioned, actually.
yes, ma'am. And we requested the municipality if they can reapply if they want, but we will no longer
Yeah,
be
but if they
dispersing.
reapply, di ba dapat baguhin next year?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Exactly.
Siargao,
Yes.
climate change school.
Yes, ma'am. That's why we are
Sayang ang
discontinuing
pera
this.
yan.
Yes.
I think we have to be more accountable.
Yes.
You're
We
telling me you're just gonna rebuild the damn thing all over again. You can't. We've
We-
already witnessed the extent of the damage, the extreme weather, the vulnerability factors. Why are you gonna do it again?
Yes.
You're all nodding, but no one's saying that there's a new project. You're
Yeah.
still reporting the same project.
Yes, Madam Chair. When we went to the LGU, they were working on plans already, not simply on retrofitting, but making the structure better.
Yeah, but you're gonna do it in the same place.
Yes, Madam Chair.
If I may.
Why? I mean,
They're actually, they were asked by the board actually, ma'am, to resubmit another proposal and wait for the other
I'm
round.
not meddling, but it's absurd. You're,
Yes.
nakita na ninyo kung wasak siya eh, tapos uulitin na naman.
Yes.
Same place, same venue. You're gonna rebuild the structure. That's what Secretary Boris said. Don't, is what I'm saying. I mean, why are you gonna rebuild the structure? It's clearly high risk.
We agree, ma'am. That's why the board rejected their proposal when they.
But you're reporting it
Okay,
out again
we'll
as
take
your
it.
famous sixth project.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will take a note of that and we'll take it out. Thank you.
You're now proposing 7 projects, very much more, much more expensive than the previous 6. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So the disbursements will be the same on these 6 projects? Pa naman to?
If we can describe, Madam Chair, the projects that will be considered by the board. First,
But there's no point. They have not been allocated budget. This is a budget hearing. They do not occur in your 2024 budget. Okay. Nothing occurs in your budget except the same 6 projects. Okay. What happens to the other projects? Yun na yun. There are no reports being submitted. You're only monitoring 6 projects, is that correct?
yes.
For the PSF. How about the other funds?
For the other funds,
May iba pa kayong pondo.
that would be for the GCF.
Oo, ayun. Hindi, maliban dun sa Siargao.
We have, as part of the approvals of the PSF board,
Monitor, nakakatawa kayo eh. Parang namasyal lang kayo sa Siargao eh. Wala na yung eskwela eh. If ever it was there. Asan yung iba pang 5? Anong status nila? Ako na kaya mag-inspection para sa inyo. Hi. No, we're going over the 6 projects. Oh, what else are you monitoring? Maliban sa Siargao na obviously palpak.
we have
At dapat i-rebuild in the exact same place.
the following projects, Madam Chair. Lanuza,
Memorize ko na, pwede ko rin i-recite. Kasi taon-taon, i-aanim lang rin report. Sige, ano pa?
Lanuza in Surigao del Sur.
I recognize Senator Lauren Legarda. Okay, Secretary, yes. Ano pa yung 5?
Lanuza, Surigao del Sur.
O kaya nga, ano
Matalac,
doon?
Kitcharao, Agusan del Norte,
Ka. One by one, ano na nangyari doon? Ano ba yung project? Kasi yung Siargao, obviously, wash out. Oh, next. Yung Lanusa, Surigao.
Um,
Anyari?
Hindi kasi nagsasubmit ng monitoring and evaluation. Taon-taon, it's the same project. Wala naman report.
Madam Chair, may I know, are these projects being implemented by the commission because they're a policy-making
Yeah.
body?
No, it's not. They have 6 projects on the People Survival Fund.
PSF.
And they're actually reporting for the last 4 years, wala silang report na iba kundi itong 6 na project na to, taon-taon, pareho yung allocation, walang report kung ano nangyari. Ako, I know from personal observation that the Siargao project is non-existent following the bagyo. And yet they're submitting the same thing again.
Okay. Just to be clear, the People Survival Fund, while it was supposed to be lodged under the Climate Change Commission, under the previous administration, the decision was made by the DOF. It was Secretary Dominguez in charge. Has that been changed? And if that has not been changed, it should be the DOF who should answer the questions of the PSF, because I was the author and the sponsor of that measure, and it was intended to be under the CCC. But under the previous administration, they moved it under the DOF. Has
Yes.
that been changed?
With all due respect,
Yes.
what I was asking is the monitoring and evaluation of the project, not of the funding. And that's the reason why we called upon the CCC to report. Because in the past 4 years, I've been handling this commission, and time and again, they have identical listings with identical allocations and no monitoring or evaluation at
Is
all.
it true? I can't imagine why would the commission of a funding allocated and you don't monitor it. That means there is no coordination between the DOF that is supposed to handle the fund. In fact, for a while it was under DBP, but at least the agency implementing the funding should give you monitoring reports on the status of the project. So the chair is correct that you must know what's going on. Although, to be fair to the Climate Change Commission, it was moved. In fact, not under DOF. Is it DBP or DOF? DOF.
UF, Madam Chair. And
Correct, correct. And is it accurate that you have no idea? In fact, what I
Well,
will ask...
napuntahan ko kasi yung Siargao, kaya alam ko talagang non-existent yung project.
No, in fact, ang hihingin ko mula sa simula. Kasi ini-sponsor ko yung batas
Mula
na
sa
yan.
simula,
Mula sa simula ang hihingin ko.
taon, 6 na project, paulit-ulit rin report. Wala namang
Baka hindi na sila nagbigay. So, paki-clarify. Ang hihingin ko, mula sa simula ng nasa ibatas yan, sa ilang pondo na ang naibigay, ilang bilyong piso, kung 1 bilyon lang ba or more, at ilan na ang na-award na LGU or sino mga recipients at yung status. At kung naanod ng bagyo, sabihin nyo yung totoo. That's it. Yeah. So, ang hinihingi ng chair, 4. Maybe ang tanong ko, if I may,
6 yun eh.
6.
6 yun. Tapos last year, sabi nila magkakaroon ng bago, pero they come back this year with the exact same list of 6, with the same allotments and no monitoring at all. As a matter of fact, the secretary said that they are going to rebuild the Siargao school, which clearly should not be rebuilt in such a high-risk and vulnerable situation.
Is this the, maybe that's one of the first that was
The Climate
awarded,
Field School.
Commissioner Rachel, what place in Siargao? Del Carmen.
Carmen.
Del Carmen is supposed to be a model for resilience, right? We have a very proactive local community there. And it's not their fault that they were a victim of Odette, right? But aside from, I've heard that in my second or third term, yun pa rin, ilan na ba ang naka-access ng
Hindi lang yun,
PSF?
kasi maliban pa dyan, kung syempre, kung nabagyo, babaguhin mo yung project study, no? Kasi hindi naman pwede ulitin eh. Naririnig ko, basta they'll just rebuild.
The fact that it was affected by Odette, dapat magbago. Dapat nga naging, baguhin dapat. Hindi pwedeng repeat of, kasi 5-8 years ago. Sige. So, expand ko yung 6 mula sa simula. Sino nang naka-access ng PSF at magkanong PSF na ba ang naibigay sa inyo? Sige. Thank you, Madam Chair. Pakisagot lang.
Thank you. And
Maybe they should answer. How many LGUs have access to it?
As of date, Madam Chair, it's still 6. It's still 6. And this is why
Kasi alam mo, yan ang palaging problema. Pinapahirapan natin mag-access. Alam mo, hindi kasalanan ng komisyon. Hindi ko naman sinisisi ang DOF. Talagang tayo sa gobyerno, pinapahirapan natin mag-access. So, alam kong makukuha kayo, takot kayo. Pero, simplihan ninyo.
It's the application process. It's not even, it's not
they're
even
just-
the financing process. The application process is impossible.
Pinahirapan nila eh. Oh, although bago dyan si Attorney Alu, o sige, ikaw, medyo bago ka rin dyan.
Attorney Chiseco,
Masyadong
please.
pinapahirapan.
Oo.
We're happy to report that prior to us having this formal deliberation on the budget of the CCC, we had the opportunity to have a meeting at the other room, and we're already crafting the streamlined rules on how simplihan lang talaga. Our objective really is to make access to the fund easier and more efficient.
Parang
And
ayun yung ibigay yung tulong eh. Parang ganun. Oh.
and we have identified, and I'd like to ask.
Apparently, there's seven pending, but
Yes.
that's what you told me last year, and then today you come back with the same six.
Ma'am, and in October, on October 18, we will have a meeting.
You also told me that last year in December 2022. Wala naman nangyari.
Ito, ma'am, it's really gonna happen. Totoo na po talaga.
I would be, I completely understand your frustration because I've been chairing their budget from the beginning and I'm the author of that law. So the intent of the law is for the PSF to really be given to LGUs who are capable, right? And to shield them from their vulnerabilities. Magkano na ba total na bigay sa inyo? Yung initial 1B pa lang? Or na-replenish na yon?
stands at 1 billion, Madam Chair.
PSF
Eh,
law, tas
paano
1
kasi
That's right.
nagagastos?
Ayun na nga.
Hindi kasi nagagastos
Sino
ever.
ba ang chair ngayon ng PSF?
It's the DOF under
So
the
Secretary Jokno.
Yes.
And sinong members of the board who decides?
It's DOF, DBM,
Hindi sila.
CCC,
Yeah. Isa lang kayo. You, sit.
DILG also, and then
NEDA,
DC.
Okay.
Philippine
PCW.
Commission on Women.
Okay.
Was Commissioner De La Cruz raising his hand?
Yes, Madam. If I may, we want to clarify na hindi lang naman po anim. For the last year, we have additional for summer, we have Bobon, Northern Summer, Mondragon, Northern Summer.
Meron ba?
Pambuhan, we were able to have 2 million peso.
Sorry, PSF din yan?
Hindi lang anim?
Hindi lang po anim. Yes, Madam. PSF.
PSF din yan?
Yes, Madam.
Eh, ba't hindi nakalista?
It's classified under the project development grant, which provides funding for LGUs to develop their projects. So this is another window that was identified by DOF before, so it could help
Yeah,
in the building the capacities.
They're just in the process of developing the project. Wala pang project.
Developing the application for the project,
Kaya nga,
Madam Chair. So
hindi
it's,
talaga siya project.
but it's part of, it was seen
Pero
before by the board.
hindi mo maidagdag. Talagang anim lang talaga. for
Yes,
the
yes,
period
Madam
of
Chair.
time.
Yes,
Okay.
Madam Chair. And building on that observation, this is why the CCC works very closely with the Department of Finance so that we can address the.
Pasensya, ka-anim na ahensya ko
Yes.
na to ha, since I didn't
Madam
sleep
Chair.
pa. Kaya, ang hirap nitong ahensya niyo, wala kayong nare-report eh.
Ganito. It's-
We're also supposed, sorry,
Yeah.
you had a question?
No, they should, sooner than October 18 when they mentioned, today's Thursday, on Monday, we would ask them to submit. Now, before we go to plenary, we would ask you to submit the streamlined process for accessing the PSF. We can't wait for October 18. Okay, please.
Yes.
Okay, thank
I
you.
think I asked for that 3 years ago.
Wala. Si Alo dumating eh.
Uh,
Ano yan? Kaya mo yan, dear. Monday.
okay, and yeah. The Paris Agreement ratified in 2017
determined that every country was supposed to submit a national determined contribution detailing the country's commitment and contribution to climate change, right? We submitted our first NDC last June 2021. We conveyed our very ambitious commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 75% by 2030, up from the previous target of 2017 at 70%, which is already very high. It was pointed out last year, and you agreed, that the target was way too ambitious. Any statement? Considering it was so ambitious, dinagdagan pa.
Madam Chair, I think that has to be qualified, and please do, because that is not unconditional.
It's both.
In fact, of the 75%, it's
2.29.
72.20% is conditional on loans and grants. And only the
2.71%.
0.75 is unconditional, which if you compute that is similar to business as usual, right? I would want it even to be more ambitious because if you compute the 2.75 across all sectors, energy, agriculture, our everyday life, it would seem like we are not mitigating at all. So in fact, this 2.75 is a business as usual scenario. But never mind that. I will not even, and you can change the NDCs at any time.
So
It's
rather
not
than being
cast
too
in stone.
ambitious, it's nothing at all. Ganun ba yun?
It's not nothing at all, but we could do better, right? And the 72.25 is
29.
pegged on grants.
If I may, Madam
Yeah,
Chair,
okay.
the political decision was made to come up with the 75% ambition. And again, it was divided into unconditional and conditional. Unconditional meaning this would be the commitment of the Philippine government using its own resources. And then the 72.29 is conditional on the resources by Annex 1 countries, which under the UNFCCC have their treaty obligations to provide means of implementation when it comes to climate finance, technology, as well as capacity building. And this is why I think I was not there during the deliberations for 75%, but the direction was made for that because it gives the onus of the reduction would fall squarely also on those who have on the countries that are historically responsible for greenhouse gas emissions. But
Yeah, we're aware. I mean, how is the Philippines doing in terms of delivery on its commitments, therefore?
as regards the delivery of our commitment, we are now undergoing our NDC implementation plan.
Teka, 2021 pa to. It's just a question of measurement.
We are undergoing our national NDC implementation plan.
But you haven't had an assessment since 2021. We're year 2023.
That's correct, Madam Chair. That's why we went through
Di ba
the.
dapat taon-taon yan ina-assess kung anong na-perform?
It's a bit of a challenge for us. This is why, basing on the comments made from last year, Madam Chair, we went into a partnership with the Asian Development Bank to work on
Secretary,
assessment.
Groundhog Day talaga tayo. We're having the exact same hearing as last year.
I don't think it's, with due respect, Madam Chair, Groundhog Day.
Told me last year.
Because we are working already on the NDC implementation plan, and that provides us the opportunity to again assess the projects and programs of the different
Just
agencies and whether.
asking for a number that represents our delivery on our commitments. I'm not asking for an NDC plan.
Okay.
How many percentage? I mean, are we performing? Do we get an A? Do we get a B? Are we flunking this?
As regards, Madam Chair, the
21 pa naman to eh.
preliminary,
Dalawang taon na eh.
yes, the preliminary information that we have based on the data is that we would be able to meet the 2.71 unconditional. But again, this is business as usual, and we want to
2.75.
move.
So you're saying okay yung 2.75?
2.7, yes, but we need to further scale
Pero
it up.
business as usual nga yan eh.
That's right, Madam Chair.
Yung iba, yung more interesting 75%, 25%.
This is why
Nangyari doon.
this is why it's important for us to proceed with the NDC implementation plan, because we have to work with our agencies and to make sure that
Parang
they
last year, ganyan din ang kwento natin eh.
Okay, Madam Chair, perhaps we should ask them to achieve the 72 point, what is it?
29.
25.
9.
9,
29.
total, 7.29% mitigation, considering we are a 1/3 of 1% emitter in the world. So I won't say that it won't matter in the world in terms of GHG emissions, but okay, we committed to that. Ilan na ang nakuha niyong loans o grants o capacity building akma sa 72.29, if any? And perhaps you should tell the body, yung natitira sa 75% na tinawag ko na business as usual, tagilin natin yung tinawag kong business as usual, what are the agencies that must deliver to you so that you can have the answer to the question of the chair, right? The ILG, the OE, the
DNR.
OTR, agriculture, because you don't just measure the air quality, you measure depending on what these agencies have submitted. And the third question would be, in our delivery of measurements based on NDCs, is it measured every year, really? Or is it every 3 years, 5 years? How do Annex 1 countries do it? And how do other ASEAN nations, developing nations do it? Answer those questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just to put things into context as well, it's crucial for the Philippines to have the greenhouse gas inventory updated on a regular basis. But we do admit, in fact, that this was one of the issues and challenges that we were facing at the Climate Change Commission. Up until the appointment of this present cohort of commissioners, the only greenhouse gas inventory report from the Philippines was in 2010. So in 2022, upon our appointment, we worked with our team and tried to work on the 2015 and the 2020 greenhouse gas inventory reports. And I'm pleased to inform Madam Chair that we have in fact finished already the National Greenhouse Gas Inventory Report for 2015 and 2020. We are now step 7 of 8. Again, this is based on the comments of Madam Chair last year, that we have to be more end results focused. So we're at the tail end of the National Greenhouse Gas Inventory Report. And the target, Madam Chair, is that we learn from the lessons of the past and we don't take another 5 years or another 8 years to come up with these reports. It should be 2 years, Madam Chair. Yes, and as of this time, based on our plan, 2 years, Madam Chair. As of this time, 2 years, Madam Chair. As of now, we are on track with our national GHG inventory report again for 2015 and 2020. They're going to be completed, and we are targeting a biannual reporting so that we have that strong background when it comes to GHGI.
How are you able to measure your compliance with the unconditional NDC? Is it CCC, a small commission with a very small budget, who's supposed to do it? Or is it not the agencies who committed to the NDCs?
Thank you for that question, Madam Chair. It does, it's not just CCC. Again, we work very closely with the agencies, and in fact, we're working very closely with DOF on the classification and the nomenclature. They're Yes, for the nationally determined contributions, Madam Chair, it's a Department of Environment, the DNR, and the DOTRANS, the Department of Transportation. Three, Madam Chair.
Environment and the OTR.
DOE, DNR,
And the OTR.
Department of Transportation.
Three. They should submit to you every 2 years for you to be able to report to us your compliance with the unconditional NDCs.
They do submit every year, but our greenhouse gas inventory should ideally be every 2 years, Madam Chair.
They've been complying with their annual submissions. When was the last submission of the three agencies?
This is in terms of budget and
Not budget, their measurement or their compliance with the NDCs.
through the CCET. Through the CCET, Madam Chair, the expenditure tagging for climate change, CCET.
Oh,
it's still-
okay. So their climate change expenditure tagging is the one that's submitted to the CCC, and the CCC must have the expertise and the tools and the capacity to measure GHG. Do we have that knowledge?
Yes, Madam Chair.
We have that knowledge?
CCC, in fact, works very closely with these three key agencies on capacity building, and we have several, we've come out with several manuals, guidelines, and
But do we have that knowledge? Do we have the tools, the people, the equipment, the know-how to measure greenhouse gas emissions so that we see, are we on track to meet our NDCs?
what we do, Madam Chair, is use the guidelines issued by the IPCC, and also as part of
Wala tayong kaalam. Para alam natin.
right now, Madam Chair, we're actually working with our development partners in the development of a calculator, and that's something that can be an important tool.
Have we measured it at all? Hindi pa. Kasi 2021 pa lang eh. Wala pa.
Yes, we have, Madam Chair.
We have not. We have not
For
yet.
2015 and 2020, we have, Madam Chair.
So noong 2015, kaya natin.
Yes, Madam.
O kaya natin noon. Eh wala pa
But
tayong
it took,
NDC noon.
it took several years, and that was
Yes,
admittedly
so it takes several
a
years
problem.
to measure the 2015 GHG emissions.
Yes, and 2020 also.
So 5 taon, 2010, 2015. Nag-submit tayo ng NDCs 2021. So wag mo ipangako sa amin sigurong malalaman mo ngayon kung sa dati, 5 years bago nagawa.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
wag mo ipapangako. Sasabihin mo yung totoo that looking at the past, 2010, 2015, we submitted our NDCs 2021. Are you saying it will be 2026 before we measure our GHGs?
The GHGI reports that we had were 2010, and then we, under this present cohort of commissioners, with the team, of course, did 2015 and 2020, Madam Chair. So what we aim is that we have reports every 2 years after 2020, working with the different agencies, these three agencies, so that they're updated on that basis.
When can you promise us a realistic commitment to come up based on the submissions of the three agencies on our compliance or non-compliance with our NDCs? When is that possible?
If we have a plan for the NDCIP again, Madam Chair. So it's going to happen next year, and we're going to go through the consultations process again. So if all things push through by 2024, then perhaps by 2025 or 2026, we will be able to provide that analysis already.
Or within 3 years
Yes,
from
Madam
now,
Chair.
and not 5 years, 2010, 2015? But realistically, Madam Chair, because we are a 1/3 of 1% emitter, but still we are doing mitigation. Perhaps what you should do, yeah, of course, speed up our measurement of our compliance, but also watch the compliance of the developed nations and ask them to scale it down, right? Tayo. And then focus on adaptation as well and help vulnerable communities into more innovative and creative adaptation projects, right? For me, that's my formula.
Yes,
If
Madam
I
Chair.
were with the CCC, that's what I would do.
Yes,
I
Madam
will
Chair.
build capacity for the measurement of GHGs so that even if you're non-emitting country, we pave the way, show the way for mitigation as a function of adaptation anyway. But focus on compelling the polluters, the industrialized nations have caused this all, and really exacting the climate justice, but at the same time, asking them to help fund us for adaptation projects.
Thank you very much. In fact, Madam Chair, that is the strategy.
Dapat masagot
That
nyo,
is the plan
yan
of
ang sagot nyo.
that is the plan of the Climate Change Commission.
Yan ang sagot ko. And then, second, ang sagot dapat ni DOF, Yes, it's been very difficult, but those are the birth pains of a new law. Then we will streamline while abiding with all the rules and regulations of government, but we will streamline so that the 6 projects of the 1 billion supposedly a year, but it's been 1 billion for 10 years, we expect this number of projects to be downloaded using this timeline. Ganon ang sagot sa senador.
Okay, anyway, you're getting more than your share of lawyering. Okay. Nabanggit na rin yung monitoring and evaluation and the tools that are necessary. Please note your COA report 2022 on the agency. Decrying the negligible or very low rate of compliance with the climate change expenditure tagging so that this effort is ineffective entirely for climate change mainstreaming. Has the CCC addressed this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Climate Change Commission has initiated the following measures to address that particular issue.
Kasi problema na to ever since. Talaga hindi kayo pinapansin ng LGU. So what have you done since then? Kasi paulit-ulit lang talagang hindi pinapansin. Is there anything that you're doing?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When it comes to reporting for the CCT, we have noted a significant increase from fiscal year 2022. The submissions back then was at 125 LGUs. And in fiscal year 2023, the submissions were significantly up at 719. Now, while this represents a significant increase, the Climate Change Commission fully understands that we have to hit 100%. And this is why among the plans of the Climate Change Commission is to strengthen our capacity building activities with the LGUs. And what we've noticed, Madam Chair, is that the approach before of the Climate Change Commission was on a as called or as requested basis. And we've talked with the team and we said we should be the first to offer a plan and a schedule for the LGUs so that when we do go and schedule this roadshow, so to speak, we would be able to provide them.
Secretary, I'm very LGU bound. So an LGU will always comply if it's worth their while.
Yes, we
How do
understand.
you make tagging worth their while?
I'm
Madali lang yan kung sulit sa kanila, gagawin nila yan. Pero clearly, hindi sulit sa kanila. Ano bang mapapala nila kung tatalima sila nito?
CCDP and the SBL.
Kasi puro captive.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ang LGU, maraming urgent problems. Wala silang panahon makipag-training sa inyo. So, anong mapapala nila kapag nagpataging sila sa inyo? Kasi ang palagay ko, hindi nyo kasalanan. Kaya hindi lang, dapat gawin ninyo yung programa na gusto yung LGU.
Yes.
Clearly, hindi type ng LGU yung tagging kasi hindi kayo pinapansin.
Yes,
Sa
Madam Chair.
dinami-dami ng LGU, ilan lang ang pumapansin
Yes, Madam Chair, and we do.
So obviously the LGUs are at fault, but clearly your program needs to be overhauled.
Tagging.
Sabi ng ko, tigilan na yan kasi useless.
Commissioner Rachel Herrera. She's been in the commission the longest among the three. Can you tell us what is the LGU tagging and why is there non-compliance according to the COA report? And what's wrong with your rollout of the LGU tagging? Pakipaliwanag.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The tagging has been expanding in terms of national government agencies, ma'am. That's what our secretary has mentioned as the upward trend. But in terms of local government agencies, the chairperson is correct because apparently it's a case of prioritizing too many plans and submissions that the LGUs have.
Gawin nyo dyan. Contest lang kayo. Mag-contest lang kayo, tapos yan. Pero hindi to sulit kasi sa kanila
Sino nagtag?
Anong makukuha nila sa katatag na yan?
Answer the chair. Ano ang pakinabang ng LGU?
One new innovation, ma'am, is that the tagging or activity of an LGU will now be an indicator or compliance with the Seal of Good Local Governance or SGLG. So it's an incentive more recently for the LGU. Only this year, yes. Sa DILG po.
Aside from that,
So
Pero ang dami-daming factors sa seal of good governance, ha? You're just one of, I don't know how many,
explain
20.
the tagging. How is it, Madam Chair? Explain, Commissioner Herrera. How do you tag, let's say, if I were mayor of Pandan Antique, ayan, anong itatag ko?
So the tagging covers adaptation and mitigation activities that the LGU would be interested in doing, and they don't even have to budget for it. They can just include it in their annual investment program. So pwede nilang sabihin na this is what we would like to do. For example, restore our wetlands, so that's adaptation and DRR.
Tapos
Or they could
bibigyan
also-
ninyo ng pera to restore their wetlands. You
So-
won't, right?
Opo.
You won't. And you can't
Aspirational.
even recommend it
Pwede
to
pong
somebody.
ilagay
So
sa-
bakit nila papansinin? Anong mapapala nila? Yun nga ang problema eh. Dapat maging attractive sa LGU. Ang LGU frontliner yan sa bawat bagay. Tapos sa dinaanan natin sa nakaraang 3 taon, ano naman ang pakinabang dyan? That's why I'm saying na this tagging thing, sinabi na nga ng COA, wag nang gawin yan eh. Walang ka merit sa mainstreaming kasi walang pumapansin.
The tagging is being done by the national government agencies.
Also,
The LGU.
Successfully for the NGAs,
yes,
right?
yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Yes. Yes, they're tagging now because dear, in 1998 and 207, wala, and I'd been advocating for that. And after the law was enacted, nagtatagging na. Ang DBS
Yes, ma'am.
nagsimula.
Right now, the rate is 71% in the national government, ma'am, from only 9% 2 years ago. So this is yes, ma'am. In 2021, only 35 agencies were participating in tagging. And I think it's part of the outcome-based programming po.
But at the end of the day, the most important tagging will be geographical. Therefore, you're dependent upon the LGU. And if the LGUs are not complying, you'll have very, very scant information.
It would also be very helpful for the government to program, ma'am, regionally.
Gusto ng LGU.
Understand, you would tag a non-expenditure, aspirational, that I want to do mangrove reforestation, but it's not an expense account, so they're tagging. They just want,
That's why
paano yun, Rachel? Paano yun? Ang ating climate tagging sa LGU, ililista yung gustong gawin, maski hindi ini-earmark. Hindi tagging yun, that's a wish list. Why do you call it tagging?
Ma'am, meron din pong Tier 1 and Tier 2, and it's not mandatory right now, actually, the tagging for LGUs. That's why there is this relatively low compliance rate po.
Una, hindi mandatory. Pangalawa, hindi naman to tagging of expenses. It's aspirational, what they want to do. And there's probably low consciousness, awareness of what it is.
Actually, dapat i-rating nga ninyo yan eh. Kasi there are LGUs like Ilocos Norte, where I came from, na ang dami-dami talaga namin clean and green, sustainable practices. Talagang kinarir na namin yan. Kaso, sana may ranking mga LGU para may pakinabang, para mauna ka kung marami kang puntos kasi naggumagastos ka talaga sa clean and green. Nag-solar ka ng ospital para wala na yung 24-hour kuryente. Sana lahat yan kasama sa tagging. Kasi yung ginagawa ninyo, walang silbi. Diba?
I would agree, Madam Chair, that would be a good investment.
Dapat
Also for,
ganun eh. Dapat tulungan yung LGU. Pag yung mga LGU mahilig magtanim, o di tulungan ninyo. Yung QC, may sariling farm. Malaking bagay yun. May 10-hectare farm. Kumikita sila ng milyon-milyon dyan. So, I don't understand why those things aren't included. Kasi yun ang totoong tagging. Yun ang talagang nangyayari na may pakinabang sa environment.
Give us one LGU that does tagging, even if it's not mandatory pala. And sabi ni Chair, walang pakinabang. So, sino yung gumagawa?
Diba? Kasi yung mga LGU, ang dami-daming dapat gawin.
Sino yung gumagawa? Example. Ay, nakakatuwa si Joy. Really? She does climate tagging.
Sino?
Nakakatuwa si Joy. Quezon
Yeah,
City.
Quezon City is very, very involved.
Yes.
Kasi we partner on so many projects. Alam ko na malaki yung farming component nila, yung urban agriculture nila, ang lakas eh. So, pero ang ibig ko sabihin, so she identifies all these things. What does she get in exchange? What does the CCC offer?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think it's an important point that we should consider, and we have understood that the low acceptability is an issue that needs to be challenged, a challenge that needs to be addressed, and this is why it's important for us, based on what you said, Madam Chair, to incentivize the efforts and to make it truly climate change expenditure tagging, and we will work on such type of mechanism, Madam Chair.
Why don't you link your tagging to the possible application for PSF?
Kaya nga eh, dapat ganun eh.
Pwedeng ganun.
Pera kayo, dapat itali ninyo dyan.
Or perhaps we could draft, help us do it, a special provision in your budget or DILG budget. Who's the chair of that, vice chair? To make the climate tagging mandatory. Wala naman parusa pag hindi. It's for their own good. Kasi, you
Basta
know,
may priority ka sa pondo, may priority ka sa iba't ibang project, may dagdag kang punto sa Seal of Good
yes, yun,
Basta
ganon.
all the rewards, put it in na.
Ilagay nyo yan, i-draft nyo,
Mabilis pa sa alas 4.
lalagay natin sa DILG special provision. Yon, kung payag kayo. Kung payag yung chair ng DILG, papayag yon. Wala masama doon.
Pero, bawas budget ba yun?
No, it's not a bawas budget. It's a special
Like just
provision.
the Seal of Good Housekeeping.
It's a special provision that makes it mandatory, and once they accomplish it, what are the benefits? It can be a special provision in the DILG budget and in the CCC budget.
But
Perhaps
aling
even
na
there.
item sa DILG budget ang nakatali ron?
No, it's a departmental special provision. We have done that before.
Pero sana itali rin sa kanila.
Yes, tapos
Sa PSF.
nasa inyo din.
Kasi yun may budget
Nasa inyo
talaga.
din.
Ito rin yung, speaking of budgets, may Global Environment Facility.
Sino yun?
You received 781 million. Tama ba to? GEF from 1992 with 131 projects, 27 projects. Ano to? Yung Global Environment Facility? Diba this is given to developing countries?
That's one of the green funds.
That's
Kaya
right,
nga,
Madam
it's
Chair.
also part of Green Fund.
That's right. Together
This
with
all falls under
climate
your
finance.
mandate, diba?
Finance.
Yes, Madam Chair. But the GEF and the GCF,
So,
the NDAs now are respectively the Department of Finance, and GEF is under the Department of Environment and Natural Resources.
Alin, which one is under DENR? GEF or GCF?
GEF, Madam Chair, and GCF is under the Department of Finance as the NDA.
The global environment, who's the
Huh?
NDA of the GEF? EF.
DNR. DNR.
Okay. So
DNR.
the national, the focal entity in the Philippine government of the Global Environment Facility, that's still in Washington, right?
Yes, that's
It's still the Japanese lady who's ahead, right? Rachel, hindi na siya? Kaibigan ko.
right. Changed.
Hindi na siya? Okay. But anyway, the GF, the focal is a DNR.
Yes,
And the Green Climate Fund, it's a DOF.
that's right, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Is it supposed to be CCC, but maybe you're too small and it's so hard to make you the focal?
So, yung sa,
Before, it was CCC for GCF, Madam Chair, and then the decision was made to move it to the Department of Finance.
since the DOF is here, yung Green Climate Fund, how much is the Philippines 2023 allocation? And what are the identified priority projects?
If I may, Madam Chair, for the GCF, it's not really an allocation per year. It's through projects and programs submitted to the GCF board for their approval. So right now,
So what do you have? Kasi the DENR is very clear cut. They have their GEF projects all listed and laid out.
we could
Whereas
submit, ma'am,
we're
the
unable
list.
to
Yes.
trace the GCF history.
Okay.
It's very easy to say it. We don't need a submission. You can just read it into the record now.
Yes.
I can answer the question for you. I know because I was on the board of GCF, but it's the role of DOF to say it to the chair, right? Okay, just read it. It's just two projects.
The full funding proposal, we have two.
Same.
Kindly don't say the proposal, say the approved project.
Alin yung mismo project na talagang nangyayari na? Wag na
project
yung mga
Okay,
proposal.
for the regular funding, ma'am, we have one, the multi-hazard impact-based forecasting and early warning system. That's through the Land Bank of the Philippines and the DOST Pag-asa.
Warning na yan, tagal-tagal na yan.
Yes, and then we have
But
recently,
it's so old na, tapos na yan, di ba?
No.
no, ma'am,
Sige,
it's still
ongoing pa
ongoing
rin.
po.
O siya, tapos ano yung
And then
isa?
we have a recently approved project, the APA project, the Adapting Philippine Agriculture to Climate Change of the, yes po. It was approved last,
Only the second, right?
yes po, for full funding proposal, yeah.
Is it a proposal?
It's for full funding, approved.
Sorry,
Yeah,
approved.
yes, approved.
Kasi
Let's
nabanggit na
clarify.
lang yung professor.
The Pag-asa project was approved only, Rachel, in Korea, right?
Yes, Madam
When were we there? Right
Senator,
before
in 2019,
2019.
it was
That was
approved in your
approved in
presence.
Korea when I was
Board
member of GCF.
Okay.
And then there were difficulties in downloading because, not to blame any administration, there was a rule not to accept anything from foreign grants. There was some unwritten rule. I'll tell you later. Yeah. Okay.
In any case, last year,
Tuloy na.
at the same budget hearing, Commissioner Herrera said that CCC recently approved a project called the Climate Investor 2, Sustainable Transport and Infrastructure, worth 145 million USD, blended finance facility for water, sanitation, oceans. Natuloy ba to? Because you don't mention it at all, but I distinctly remember that you cited this as one of your accomplishments. Pero this year, wala na siya sa listahan.
Madam Chair, to clarify, there are two projects approved and submitted by national entities, Land Bank and DBP, and the rest, as you had mentioned, the Climate Investor 2 and 5 others are multi-country projects where the Philippines is only one of several countries that are part or participating in the fund. And
Of its being multi-country, magkano nakukuha ng Pilipinas dyan at saan?
yes, Madam
Kahit
Chair.
multi-country yan, di ba? 6 pala yan eh. At least masasite natin yan.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, we only have the total amount of funding for all of the pooled participating countries. For example, ma'am,
Teka, di ba Pilipinas tayo, hindi natin alam kung magkano natanggap?
ma'am, in terms of magkano po yung pumasok talaga, let's
Oo.
say may nag-access na entity o bangko, it has to be monitored.
Huh?
Still has to be monitored.
Ang GCF, hindi ko na, sorry hindi
Yes,
ko
ma'am.
naintindihan yun.
Opo.
Papasok yung pera, hindi mo alam kung magkano. Di ba money laundering ang tawag doon? Di ka maaamlan yan.
No, sorry, Madam Chair. So the funding approved by GCF for a multi-country project is held by an entity, an accredited entity.
In
for-
this case, this sustainable
example,
transport, we're very
this is
keen on this
ADB,
kind of
ma'am.
thing, ha?
For
So,
that,
ADB.
yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
so, magkano pumasok, magkano yung
So
nabigay sa Pilipinas?
that one, ma'am, is the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, and the total financing is 3.7 billion actually.
Kaya nga, pero
for
wala kayong interest
several
na magtanong sa
countries.
ADB, magkano papunta sa Pilipinas?
Ma'am, what I know is, can you give me the
Hindi, kasi
amount? Opo.
hirap na tayo maghanap
Hirap
ng
din.
accomplishment ninyo eh. Sana
The projects
masabi
are
natin
still
kung
to
ano
be developed, Madam Chair.
Ako wala pa to.
To my knowledge, ma'am, wala pa po.
Kasi sinabi mo, approved na eh.
This is actually approved, ma'am, and then
Pero
after approval,
wala pang pera, wala pang
there's the
project.
legal funding arrangements to
So
be
wala pa
tackled.
to.
To our knowledge, it's not yet.
Okay, forget it. So drawing pa lang
implemented.
siya. Okay.
Opo.
O sige, ito na lang. Report on international travel. You reported 20 travels during the first 2 quarters of the year. Ito ang pinagkakait ng lahat, including COA.
na 20 trips during the first 2 quarters of the year.
The whole agency or
2023. So,
is this
can
the
you
whole agency or
enlighten
just one
us?
person? The whole agency? Mm.
Can you enlighten us on this travel? Kasi parati, year on year tong reklamo ng COA.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For this year, January to June 2023, this is the summary of foreign travels. We've had 20, and they're disaggregated into the following per category: training, technical workshop, ministerial, and then negotiations.
Yes, we've actually seen some of these. The question has arisen time and time again on the necessity and outcomes of these trips. Kasi, panay ang punta ninyo dyan, may nadadali ba tayo sa dinami-dami ng gastos ninyo? Taon-taon yan tinatanong ng COA at nirereklamo.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For training and technical workshops, we of course want to do that for the Climate Change Commission for capacity building of our own staff. But there are also meetings that are included in the regular calendar for example, the SBs or the subsidiary bodies, and then of course COP. And
No, but what are the outcomes that we can really cite?
the
Nung napala natin sa kababiyahe nito?
For training and technical workshop, it's
It's just your staff.
yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah, but kayo
If
lang ang
if I may,
beneficiary. Paano yung bansa?
we were very strong on our technical workshop and training for GHG or greenhouse gas inventory, and so that has helped us out
Once
a lot.
again, benefiting your staff solely.
Madam Chair, it would be crucial in our own GHGI inventory as well. So this is why these trips are also benefiting the country.
Yeah, I have a question which COA also raised. Is your executive assistant a technical person? An environmentally trained person?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have my executive assistant here right now.
And she's in fact environmentalist.
Yes, Madam Chair.
You are scientifically trained. Yes.
Madam.
The question arises: why are technical assistants almost always included as part of the delegation?
She's included.
No, not her. I mean, just in general. Bakit ang daming technical assistant? Does that indicate that the CCC officials are not technical, and therefore you have to bring a team?
No, Madam Chair. At the beginning of the year, of course, the term, I've asked my team to also join me, but we've cut down on that already, Madam Chair.
Yeah, the question has been raised time and time again. Puros technical assistant, and they're not necessarily trained. So, the other question, of course, is that given the effects of extreme weather within our country and the devastating effects of the earthquakes, the typhoons, and volcanic eruptions of late, isn't addressing climate change at the local level the first priority rather than going to these endless trips where year on year we're uncertain what benefits have accrued to the Philippines?
Thank you.
Like perhaps it might be good that you monitor your 6 projects, for example, within the country.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, of course, it's important for us to also
Parang
focus.
don't indicate any local trips. They're all international trips.
These are just international trips, Madam Chair, but in fact, for this year, we have scaled up our local trips to the LGUs. We visited Ilocos Norte. We've also visited Surigao.
No, it's okay. Don't have to go there. We have no project. You should go to where your projects are.
Yes, Madam Chair. We've also visited them also.
Yes. So what are the reports? Since you visited them, ano yung report? Parang wala kasing report kahit kailan.
Um, One of the priorities of the Climate Change Commission is to strengthen the capacities of LGUs when it comes to local climate change action plans, Madam Chair. And what we've done is we've worked, whether it's on-site training or via online. And as of now, we have the submissions at 85.95% of local governments who have formulated their
I'm
LCAPs.
sorry, we're talking about trips.
Yeah, yes, Madam Chair. This
We're
is,
talking about visits,
yes.
trips, monitoring and evaluations, exercises. I'm not certain what you're referring to. Sorry.
Apologies, Madam Chair. Um,
Kasi lahat ng biyahe ninyo international, samantalang yung anim na project ninyo hindi napupuntahan. Ba't ganun?
we have visited, Madam Chair. What we gave to you was,
Tapos yung climate change, yun nga kasi ang sabi, Climate Change Commission, pero parang solely international kayo. Halimbawa ngayon, sa nakalipas na 2.5 linggo, nakalimang bagyo na kami sa norte. Hindi lang sa Ilocos Norte, kundi yung Cagayan at lahat ng grupo doon. Wala naman kaming nakita na Climate Change Commission official na ni minsan sumilip kung buhay pa kami at kung talagang pang permanente na itong damage na ganito. So I'm just wondering.
thank you, Madam Chair. We will be able to provide you a list of our local travels as well, together with our LGUs and
What do you do though when you travel? Do you make any recommendations? Do you tell us anything?
Yes, Madam
We
Chair.
haven't heard from you ever.
I'd like to give the floor to
Yes.
Commissioner Alves.
Cruz.
Yes, Madam. We visited 33 LGUs for last year, and we were able to have what we call enabling environment for PPP. We have a
Pero workshop yan. Pero kapag may extreme weather, may papel ba kayo? Kasi syempre, you're a policy-making body. What policy can you provide? For example, in these areas that time and time again are hit by typhoons, by earthquakes, by volcanoes.
yes,
I mean,
Madam.
you visited them and then
We provide training for the formulations of
full
their
training?
ELCCAP, and together with us are
Anong silbi ng training sa Lindol?
we will be very specific, Madam, insofar as the vulnerable sectors are concerned. For the area wherein a possible tsunami will be identified together with
Teka, Lindol
those
pa lang,
area.
wala pang tsunami.
Madam Chair, if I may, if there will be an earthquake, there is a possibility of
This is
tsunami.
possible, but I'm
Together
talking
with-
about the earthquakes that have racked Abra and the entire.
So for us, Abra, Madam Chair, the Climate Change Commission is one of the agency who visited Abra with Mayor JB, and were able to give necessary assistance to them. And
What assistance did you provide? I only saw NDRRMC.
Madam, we can provide all the pictures and the video message of Mayor JB, thanking a Climate Change Commission were able to provide a 10-wheeler full of the items that we were able to distribute.
No, I don't think we're looking to you for relief. We're looking to you for policy.
Insofar
That's
as,
your mandate.
yes, Madam.
You're not the DSWD.
Yes, Madam, but we're able to pull through private partners, Madam, and friends. But insofar as policy,
It's appreciated, but the question arises, is that your job? It
Yes.
isn't.
insofar as policy, Madam, the ELCCAP, which is a dynamic tool, we were given the mandate to give the additional informations and technical capability for our LGUs. And as a matter of fact, Madam Chair, we submitted a new form of ELCCAP that is at par insofar as the last COP 27.
We started this discussion with discussion with the president's budget message. You have some impact, you said, in classifying, tagging, or whatever, identifying climate change projects in different departments. I think that would be far more useful than training and relief
which is actually the role of other people, like the NDRRMC as well as the DSWD. Kaya ako nagtataka, sana policy nang gagaling sa inyo.
We submit, madam. Insofar as policy making, we have different policies that we can give you a copy, madam.
What was the recommendation following all those earthquakes?
Insofar as earthquake, madam,
Kasi, di ba, ino-oversee ninyo yung mga climate change efforts? May na-recommenda ba kayo sa DPWH, sa DENR na makakatulong sa ABRA?
insofar as specifically for earthquake, madam, we have a draft resolution that we're willing to that we will be submitting before the committee.
Resolution?
Yes, madam.
Why do you have a resolution? You're a legislative body?
For the climate change commission, madam, we formulate policy together with the resolution.
Yeah. And the policy is contained in a resolution?
Yes, madam.
Really?
When
Shouldn't
we
there be a policy paper of some sort, a position,
yes,
a
madam.
recommendation, a plan?
Yes, madam.
It's not a resolution.
What I mean, madam, is when we formulate policy, before the policy, we formulate the sense of the commission about the framework of the true resolution.
Oh dear, you sound like the Senate. In any case, your report on the travel did not include expenditures for each of the trips and the total amount spent on the 20 trips for the first 2 quarters of 2023. Can they be included in the report?
We can
As,
provide that, Madam Chair.
The travel has been cited time and again by both COA as well as the other finance agencies.
We can include that, Madam Chair.
Yeah. I'd also appreciate a listing of all the domestic travel and outside of relief and training, what you have done to the high risk and vulnerable areas of our country.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Or is your mandate solely international?
It's both, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Thank you. We will provide the listing as you've asked of us.
So what is your perceptible contribution to climate change mitigation locally?
I think, Madam Chair, again, the important document.
Tayo ng pera sa labas. Ano nangyayari dito sa atin?
Yes, that's why, Madam Chair, we intend to further boost or ramp up our LCCAP monitoring so that we're able to.
Secretary, that's what you told me last year. It's
But-
been a year. What
Yes,
have we
but-
done since
Yes, Madam Chair, there has been, again, an increase in the LCCAP submissions. But what the CCC is also doing now is that apart from the quantity of these LCCAPs, we're looking into the quality of the LCCAPs so that we can provide feedback, we can provide to the LGUs on whether or not the LCCAPs are indeed responsive to their needs, Madam Chair.
Okay. Just provide me with information that justifies the existence of this climate change commission. I cannot present the same 6 projects every single year with no monitoring or evaluation or reporting at all attached.
Yes, Madam Chair, we will provide that.
Okay. Pending the submission of the required information, we will hold, therefore, the CCC's budget and continue with another hearing at another time.
Thank you very much.
And I hope, no, it's not a good thing. So I hope that you can report something more substantial and new, given the extreme climate situation that we are enduring at present in many, many parts of the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.